Yep, it's going.
All right. Well, thank you everybody for being here today, and let's try to get going into session. So last time on Dungeons and Dragons, where did we begin? What started off the session last time?
We were going through a dark hallway, deciding if we were going to bluff our way in or just start killing some people.
How did that pan out?
We killed some people.
So you guys had a harrowing combat with some crowd, and were able to take them out. What was past the crowd? What happened once you guys finished that combat?
It's a stone plate and like a giant frog trap, like the ones we've been seeing.
Well, before that, we made a friend and then beheaded said friend.
Well, that was the session before.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry, I'm 2 sessions back. Yeah, my bad.
Although I'm glad that it sticks in your mind, given the commentary from the group around how that interaction was going to go when it first started.
There's no way we're not killing these guys, right?
So there was a plate on the ground. What was special about the plate? What did you guys do with it?
So it was like a more advanced trap than the ones that we had seen before.
Mm-hmm.
We were able to disable it. And then there was something with like it was part of the old temple, and we unlocked a blessing from it.
So specifically this blessing.
Yes.
Also, my description that is in the top part is very lacking. I'm going to change that. Remove that and carry on. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 8 paragraphs in the DM section on this handout, and then like 1 line for the players.
Nice.
So yes, you were able to get the temple's blessing by uncovering the marking on the ground before heading forward, and then you were able to head forward. What happened when you guys headed forward?
We went down the waterfall, basically some crazy waterfall slide thing, and ended up in the room we're at, kind of near the bottom of the current map.
Mm-hmm. What's going on with this room?
So it had like pillars that have supernal writing on them, and they appear to be puzzled, like what we saw in Celestia with like the wheels that move to unlock a code.
Mm-hmm. And you guys were able to see from the pillars that they're broken off into like distinct pieces, right? So it's a bunch of columns stacked on top of each other that are the same size that have the markings on them.
Right. And they were reacting, I think, to our rods. We were trying to get them to spin in some way.
There's some sort of resonance with the rods, yeah.
We were rudely interrupted.
So what else is going on in this room? You guys have been underwater for a long time now. You guys are not currently underwater. Why are you not underwater?
So this central area that has the snake on it is raised, right? And then there's air kind of above it. I think there's a bit of water on it, but then the water's kind of off to the sides, deeper there. And there's waterfalls around the edges, is what I recall from everything.
And there's like a pumping system. It's like removing water from the room.
Correct. So kind of in the far back of the room, you can see there is this vortex of water that is pulling everything towards the ceiling, which is pretty much completely obscured. It is very, very high up there, but there's this massive churning white water above you. And then there is a little bit of water that is falling from the sides that you can sort of see on the edges of the map as like these waterfalls that are coming down from that churning white water ceiling, making the areas around either side of the raised causeway where the snake is, the snake motif on the floor is. The raised causeway on either side is about 10 feet deep, and then it's about 2-3 feet deep. Probably, actually, I think of it more as less than that. Probably it's probably like 1.5 feet, 2 feet deep on the raised causeway in the middle, and the vortex on the far end of the room, because it is pulling all the water up into it, is causing this strong current. So if you are in the water on the sides, you're pulled towards the vortex at the top of the map. So you were rudely interrupted, but prior to being interrupted, there was one other thing that you guys did in this room that I think is worth mentioning in the recap, because it does play a part here at the end.
Drock. What'd you do?
Are we talking about the fight or the actual like spinning
Before
the
the fight.
pillars?
Before the fight.
So wasn't that all the pillars spinning, and I thought there was a possible connection to the rods and the pillars?
I think
Yeah.
we're referencing the other thing you did.
Clotho thing.
Oh yeah, I used the summer night power. Got Clotho to look at the room, and she basically said like the back is just covered in like blood and viscera and just kind of nasty, but the exit is kind of through the back past the illusion.
Yeah, so the petals on that massive thing in the middle, on the middle top of the map, are illusionary, and the exit is through them. She also said a couple other things about the room. Do you guys remember?
She did recognize it. There was a party here. Not sure that's relevant. What else was there?
She advised
the
us,
whole. Oh, go ahead.
she advised us to fight with honor in this place. And she said that the serpent, she called it the serpent motif, serpent of power. She said she saw it as like more of a real thing.
Yeah, so she saw the serpent as sort of like a living creature on the ground.
Interesting.
She advised you to fight with honor, and then she told you guys the name of where you guys are. So you remember it?
No.
That's fine. So she called it the Hall of the Companions.
Oh yes, I do have that.
So, fight happened. You guys headed forward. The Dark Light came in to get some looks at your all's brains and bodies. You all disagreed with that being a good plan. Some snakes and eels fell from the ceiling and started causing some havoc. Things went knuckles and jawbones. Drock decided to go and take on this Dark Light. And everything was going swimmingly until someone mentioned just how swimmingly everything was going.
Yeah, that's Drock's fault again.
And then the Dark Light was able to mess with people. And I believe you got dazed. You should be dazed. I'm like 99% sure.
Yeah, I got dazed. He tried to enter my mind, at which point Clotho did something and basically like spirit hacked his brain, basically.
Oh, yeah. So, Drock, you got to experience the sort of laughing disdain of Summer as something tried to invade the mind of one of her knights. You should probably click the button labeled disdain and see what it does.
Oh, that's a new button.
Wow.
Wow. I'm so happy you have this ability right before you're about to die.
Right?
Closebird's 20.
Holy crap.
So
It's
he hits
only
everything.
one creature.
Oh.
So it's the
I
trigger.
know that. That's still big.
Yeah, that's quite the range still.
I
And,
believe if you guys encounter things with range 20 dominate, you're going to have a lot more problems. All right, so we went through the first round of combat. The thing tried to dominate your mind. Does anyone remember vaguely what this symbol is that's on the area here inside of the aura?
It had to do with Clotho's attack. Basically, what it felt like or something is what I recall.
So the idea is that this thing does not think like you guys do. It thinks in a very alien way. And so it thought of it invading your mind in shapes. And so the sort of black rectangle was the creature envisioning in controlling you, of overwhelming your mental defenses and subsuming you. And then when it tried to do that, this orange triangle sort of highlighted in your mind. And then the point of the orange triangle that's sort of driven deep into the darkness lit up. And you got the feeling that that's what it thinks of when it thinks of Clotho, is the point of this orange triangle stabbing into the dark. Of course, now that I've started to do something, my daughter is awake and complaining.
Naturally, yeah.
As it always works. All right, so that is it for recap, I think, unless anyone has something else that they'd like to add. Sounds like a no, which means we're at the top of the initiative order with Morin.
All right. Hmm. Did we have a strategy for dealing with these?
I think so. I know we had done what, one round of combat?
The eels came out and electrocuted as many people as they could. The serpents tried to bite people.
All right. All right, I have it. Okay. So I'm going to curse the Blackwater Serpent next. Does this thing have reach?
It does have reach. I believe last time you guys learned it does not have threatening reach. What's your color, Morin? Red?
Yeah. So I currently have a curse on the giant electric eel too.
Yep.
Okay. And then I'm going to cast. Guess I'm gonna cast Upsetting Onslaught, Blackwater Serpent. Does a 20 versus will hit?
Sorry, one second. 20 will does connect.
Okay. So it's going to deal 10 damage and 17 damage. My curse. And it is dazed.
Okay.
Then giant electric eel number 2 is giving combat advantage, right?
It is granted combat advantage and days, so all the combat advantage everywhere.
Okay. Then I think I will move here. The current is pulling us towards the dark light, is that right?
Yes. Now you had You had moved previously to get off of the area of current and get onto the snake where you do not get pulled. So you can get off of the center area where the snake is and go behind one of the pillars to prevent from being pulled. But I'm just letting you know that you'd taken a point. You made a point last time of getting out of the water.
Yes, I had.
Cool.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and action point here.
Okay, and several of you should have action points that you have to be used during this combat.
Used upsetting. And I guess I will attempt to hit the giant electric 2 with Eldritch Blast. Is a 17 versus reflex hit?
Are you including combat advantage? Actually, it
Yes,
doesn't matter,
yes.
but it is not it.
Okay. And
All
that's
right.
it for me.
One of many.
All right. So I am dazed. I have dual soul, so I can save against dazed at the beginning of my turn. So I will do that.
Okay.
Uh, wow. I do not.
On the plus side, I was looking at it. I don't actually think you could have done that anyways. So no worry.
Oh, really? Why not?
I believe it doesn't have the clause for save ends, so it's not a save ends effect. So you can't save out of it. I don't think.
Oh. Well, all right then. Okay, so what does dazed mean? I can only do one thing on my turn?
You get one action. Now, you can still spend, so you get either a move, a minor, or a standard. So you can still spend free actions, no actions. You can, if you'd like, action point. So you could do like, take a standard action point as a free action and then take a second standard. But
Okay.
it takes away your move and your minor.
Got you. Okay.
Sorry, Gary, and you said days you can't save against?
This ability.
So it's not whether the condition is something you can save against or not. It's what the duration is. So she got hit with the creature's mind spike, which is not a daze. Oh no, I think you got hit by the eel. Hang on, let me look at the eel's power.
Okay.
It is save ends. Okay, so I improperly marked that. Hang on. There you go.
Okay.
But the Dark Light, their power is a daze until end of next turn, and so you can't save out of that early unless you have a specific thing that lets you. For example, Superior Will says you can make a save even if it's not a save ends effect.
Okay, so the dazed I have, I can't save against.
Correct.
Okay. So question for the party, do we want a dimensional scramble on this eel and serpent? Or should I just do an attack?
You could do either. If you group them, I will poop on them. Either way.
So I could I could in theory move them here-ish, so they're closer to this giant electric eel. Is that more helpful to you?
I can adjust what I do based on what you do. So whatever you think is best.
Okay.
Maybe moving them is correct because Griffle's kind of trapped over there.
Yeah, Griffle, do you have a thought? A preference?
I have a way to get out. So I think I'm going to be fine.
Okay. Then in that case, I will dishearten them.
If you're going to move them, just for clarity, because moving large-sized creatures is it's not unintuitive, it's just a little hard to imagine without like actually putting it on the screen. If you did your dimensional scramble there, you would be able to move Serpent 1 and Eel 1 adjacent to Eel 2,
Yes.
assuming you hit them.
Okay.
All right, carry on.
Thank you. But I think I will dishearten them instead. Wait, no, I will scramble them because then I could action point. Okay, so I'm gonna dimensional scramble. Here we go. And I will not augment it. Did either of those hit?
These are versus Fortitude. The second one hit.
Okay. So I will move the eel, I guess, here. Yeah. And then I will action point. And I will dishearten those two eels. That I will augment. Oof, that's so bad.
Oof. Yeah, neither of those hit.
Okay.
Did you include combat advantage for the second one?
I did not.
Okay, so the second one does hit.
Oh, that's nice.
Did they have different will defense?
No, the one
Actually,
with-
no, they're both dazed. I didn't see that they're both dazed. So it's both. Whoa,
Oh.
what happened?
What?
What is
I had a baby foot on the keyboard.
Indeed, that is what happened. All right.
All right. I did a thing. Okay, that's all
So
I
they,
got.
they did both take damage, correct?
Correct. They both took damage and one of them is bloodied.
Ooh.
And they both have -3 to attack rolls.
Okay.
Okay.
Eel number 2.
The aura is difficult terrain, right?
Correct.
Okay. When you enter difficult terrain, does it start counting from the first square that you enter, or
Correct.
right? So from like here to here is 2.
Yeah, so if you're going to move here, 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 that is
Yeah.
4 squares of movement.
4
instead of three.
squares. Cool. Thank you.
All right, Eel 2. He is dazed. Does he have reach? I do not remember.
I think only the Blackwaters did.
Nope, he does have reach.
No.
So he's going to bite the person that just dazed him. Or not dazed him, that disheartened him.
Rude.
Bite.
17 AC.
That will miss.
Excellent. Serpent numero 1. Bitey bitey. Nami nami. No penalties. 29 AC for 13.
Yes.
Oh, this is against Griffle.
Oh.
Sorry.
They're not numbered, so oh no, hang on, are they? No, they're
Yeah.
not.
Here. Black Serpent 1 and Serpent 2.
Oh, he just doesn't have a 1 on him, that's why.
The other thing is if you hover over their over the part of initiative, it'll highlight whoever's in turn it is.
Oh, okay, cool. So 13 demugged.
And you already have the ongoing, so that doesn't do anything else. He'll slither slightly closer to his companions. Eel number 2 is dazed, can't do stuff about that. Basically only has the option to charge. He's going to charge the thing that dazed him.
Oh,
30 AC.
that will hit me. Set 16 damage.
7 physical damage, 9 lightning. If you don't have any resistances, that's going to be 16.
That's annoying.
Griffle, you're up.
Okay, so I am going to do. I've planned this out, so I'm going to do sure-footed stride. And whoop. So I get to move. Wait, is that right? That doesn't seem right. It's moved my speed. Is my speed 5? Oh god, it is. Sadness. Yeah. So. Yeah, pretty much. That's what we're doing. We're getting to here. That's exactly what I'm after. And then, so that's my move action. I am then going to drop a minor onto Drock and heal.
Yay.
Boom. Oh, that's
your
a nice
heals
roll.
are so much better than mine.
So you're also going to provoke an attack at the start of this thing. Correct?
Am I?
It is a
Yes.
move,
Oh
it's
yeah,
not a shift.
it is a move, not a shift. Correct. Yes, I will provoke it up.
And sorry, is that 10 plus my healing surge?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, excuse me. How did that hit me? 13.
It did
Nah,
not.
that's
I hope not.
awesome. And then I am going to. I've already used that one. I've already used that one. Sorry, I'm just trying to see what I've got going on. Actually, yeah, so I've got my talk has a daily power. Maybe I'll say, I don't know. You're not bloodied anymore, are you?
No.
No. Okay, cool. That's all
No,
good.
that
I'll
was
save
a
that.
crazy heal.
No, it's good. It was good. Instead, I think I will end with a charge. So I'll just bonk up to here.
Can't charge that target.
Oh, because I'm too close. Can I retcon that I have ended
Yeah,
back
sure.
here?
Mhm.
Cool, thank you. I planned out the first part of my move, but not the, oh, nice.
So it's 18. It does connect.
So additional 4.
Yes.
It's not quarried.
And is that the end of your turn, or did you want to use an action point? Because I know you've got at least one you need to use in this combat.
I will not use an action point just yet. Yeah, I'll save it for now. The other thing is I need to make a saving throw real quick, and Drock, the +3 power bonus goes to you, obviously, because you're right there. And I fail. Done.
Cool. All right, serpent number 2.
Not that I want to mention it, but the aura effect.
Oh, that's
Am I
true.
In range.
Griffle does not have reach, so Griffle, I believe that means you take 10 psychic damage. Also, you need to give me a saving throw. Oh, you
Did give you a saving throw. Yep. I take 10 psychic damage.
Yeah, from the aura.
Can you post it so I can?
It is. I think I wasn't talking to myself. Maybe I was. Hang on.
No, I saw it. It's just a little ways up. There it is, yeah.
Ah, shit, that's right. My token isn't updating. That's weird.
It's updating on my end.
Hmm.
I can see your health is going down, at least.
Okay. I can see the number going down, but
You
I'll
may have
just
to
refresh.
refresh your page. Yeah.
The bar looks like it's going down on my side too, but I don't know.
Okay. All good.
All right, our serpent. Can't do jack shit, I think is the answer.
It hit me.
Yeah. So I think it's the answer is going to bite.
That's not very nice. Okay, well that's
Okay.
nice.
Phil, you're up.
Okay. Well, this little giant eel in my face did not make me happy. Someone do something else. I'm gonna cast Fires of Judgment.
I was about to say that's what she said.
Wait, why? Did I?
You have an eel in your face not making you happy?
Oh, whatever. I want to cast Fires of Judgment here. Will that hit both of those?
Yes.
Okay. Where is it? One day. No attack bonus, I don't think. Oh, one attack bonus if they're bloodied allies. There we go. Attack. Damage bonus is a lot. They're both larger than me. So that's a 21 reflex versus Serpent 3? No. Yeah, I guess it would be. How are you reading this, I guess?
Book order. So the Dark Light is first because he's the top
Okay.
of the book.
Sure.
Sure. 21-20. This is reflex, right?
Reflex.
Hit and hit.
Let's go.
Nice.
It's 36 fire damage.
Dark Light is bloodied.
Oh, good. I'm gonna action point.
The other one is also bloodied.
Excellent. Actually, that's really good info. Just to this electric eel 2 has cover, right? So I don't want to hit it. What is daze? So that would cancel out.
Yes to all the things you just said.
Okay. This seems so stupid. Man, Griffle is fucked. You have no healing surges. I'm gonna use Hand of Radiance on Failed Darklight, Serpent 3, and Electric Eel 2. Yes, because I would like it to die. Okay. 2. That's actually 0. Get back. And then this. Oh my gosh. One second. Okay. 1, 1, 2, 3. Wow, that is rough. 19 reflex versus the dark light.
Does not connect.
Okay, then the rest miss.
Yep.
That's sad. I do not want to move. I don't think that. I guess I could slide. What?
You have a blue marker on you, which is that ongoing lightning or
That's water walking.
a water walking? Okay.
That's what that was for. Yeah. I guess
So-
I'll slide one that way.
In all of our like walking around and Griffle walking, has anyone actually walked on the serpent, Gary, yet?
Yes.
Does
You
it-
are currently
does it-
standing on it.
Oh, okay. Does it do anything that we notice to us?
Doesn't seem to.
Okay. All right. And I'm dazed, so I only get one action, right?
Correct.
You could also. Do you have your little saving throw thing?
Well, apparently this daze doesn't allow that.
Well, Hobgoblin Discipline has a. I don't remember what the wording is, but if it is a save ends thing, then it doesn't work.
It is, yeah. Here, I'll hit it.
Yes, unfortunately not.
Yeah, I was pretty sure. So I get one. If action point, I could get 2.
Correct.
You may want to do that.
I may want to do that. I'm gonna start with in constant location attack. I think I'm gonna burn my daily for this against the dark light, of course. And then would he still be considered a solo enemy, Gary?
He is by himself. He's not adjacent to anything.
Okay, I'm just making sure I understand those rules. So, oh,
Well, you
God.
using your own terminology, so it's hard to clarify.
Yeah, I guess. Rolled a 1 though.
Welcome back.
So, you know what really sucks? I tested this ability in Talk to Myself and critted. So, there's that.
No testing allowed. Just send it.
Right?
10 points of damage.
Yeah, 10 points of damage. I will use my action point then, might as well. And then do probably just like whirling defense, I guess.
It's not too bad about it.
Well, I mean, like my big one just completely missed, right? So I mean,
You're gonna be
super
good.
happy.
I think we'll make it. It's all about confidence. Treat it like a shonen anime.
Right? Well, there you go.
See, look at that. That's what we
Believe
wanted.
it.
Yeah, exactly, like Naruto.
So there you go. 19 damage.
Thank you.
And then I guess for funsies, I'm going to teleport a little ways away. And then I think I'm good.
Take 10 psychic. And my daughter has decided that she needs to rip out all my hair by the roots. So 1 second. That only took him, what, like 18 years?
18 years IRL time. I think he's still 10 years old.
What
Right.
took 18 years? Sorry, I'm lost.
Ash Ketchum
Ash
winning,
Ketchum.
becoming the very best.
Oh, I thought it was longer than that.
I don't know. It was a long time. All right. Damage, teleport. Ideally, you took your 10 at the end of the turn.
I did just now, yeah.
Serpent time. Serpent number 3 just got wailed on by something, although he doesn't know where it is, and there is a bloodied enemy right next to him, so he'll chew on that.
All right, I will lightning rush that.
Okay. 21 misses you.
One sec, I missed my attack bonus. $23 to hit.
23 to hit. Connects for 25 points of damage. Nice. Griffle, someone is attacking something adjacent to you. That's not you. How rude.
Oh shit! What's the attack?
I don't know.
Oh wait, does me taking the attack give her a free attack on it?
It totally does because I can bonk it up. Yeah.
Oh, that is super cool.
No, I'm totally dropping Mighty Hue on this bad boy.
I don't think you
there's
can
no
use
way.
Hue, because I think Hue has to be on a hit. And the creature missed Rock.
Attack.
You would be able to battle awareness that.
Oh, hits an ally with attack. Yeah, hits an ally. So I could do disruptive, or I could do battle awareness.
Correct.
Let's smash.
That like
Yeah, let's smash battle awareness because I want to keep disruptive for other stuff. So just bonk.
As you strike down a worthy foe, a sense of energy pervades through the room. You get this strength, this feel of like glory and battle fill you. Do you want to take advantage of your boon?
Ah! I like beat my chest. Yeah.
Okay, so the Temple's Blessing has gone off. So Griffle, you can use Temple's Blessing on yourself. And then anyone within 5 can also use the Temple's Blessing to sort of bless Griffle with this glorious combat. So the only person in range is Drock. So Drock, do you want to use the blessing on Griffle as well?
Sorry, can I see what it is again? I don't recall exactly all this.
It's in the journal under the like submerged temple.
I just shared it with you guys as well as the Temple's Blessing.
So what would me using that on her do?
So when she does this, she can either spend a healing surge if she wants to get some health back, or she can recover a spent healing surge.
Right.
So if Griffle takes advantage of it for herself, you'd be able to go up to 1 healing surge. If Griffle does it, or sorry, if Drock does it for you as well, Griffle would go to 2 healing surges.
I mean, absolutely, I would do that. Is there any downside to using that?
It's an encounter power, so you can only use it for 1 person. So this is your single use of this ability if you wanted to use it.
Oh,
You're also about to start attacking each other.
I would say
Yes.
it would be wise to use it.
Well, or do I save it for myself is the only other thing that might be beneficial.
Will you survive that long?
I don't know.
it's at the end of their turn, so they could leave the aura or kill the dark light prior to the end of their turn.
It's true.
Exactly. So,
If
sure,
they can make it
I'll
that
use it
far.
on Griffle. Might as well.
Yeah. Surges. Huzzah!
Healing surges don't feel like much of a mechanic until you have 0 of them.
I'm not used to being below like 8, and I have 1.
There's like goobers over here with like 3 surges still. Like,
That
what
we
is this?
Yeah, we distributed them all and then we just
Decided.
didn't use. This is why communism sucks.
Well said. Well, sucks for us. For you, it was great.
Moral of the
For
story.
me, I lost this healing surge.
This is why the capitalists would never bend. Because the more you have, the more you stand to lose. Drock is feeling the capitalist vibes right now.
Oh yeah.
So the Dark Light is going to use its first attack to send 2 tentacles at Griffle and Drock, and then its second attack is probably going to be a range shot at Filibuster, but we'll see when we get there.
I don't like that.
Oh, I had the things backwards. So the first shot is just going to be at Griffle, and then the second one is going to be Drock and Filibuster.
Okay, well, 1 sec then, because then, if it's attacking her, I would do my lightning rush again.
You can't lightning rush again. You're to use your immediate.
Oh right, once per round. Sorry.
It also doesn't hit me, so it's all good.
All right, so I said it backwards, but the actions are the same. So this is the ranged. So first target is Drock, second target is Filibuster. And I don't think I ever got an answer on whether the mark was being overwritten or not. So I do need that answer nowish.
Sorry, which
Mark?
Mark?
Drock and Filibuster, you both have the Dark Light marked, and I don't know which one supersedes the other. So
Drock
which of you
wins.
has the Dark Light marked?
Mine
Oh,
is useless.
I marked last. I would try and take that mark.
Okay, so you would supersede his.
Yeah. But it's 1 attack though, right? Not 2 separate attacks.
This is 2 separate attacks. Like the melee attack was 1, and then the range attack is going to be 1 attack with 2 targets.
Right.
I needed to know mostly because I needed to know if when it melee attacked Griffle, if it took damage from Phil, and it does not.
Got it. Okay.
Wait, you told me that it took damage last time, and it only happens once ever.
Click the button. I'm like nearly positive it's paladin wording.
Baneslower encounter marking power. The first time each round.
Yes. Because paladin once per round.
Drock, I want to keep my mark.
Yeah, no, if yours has more benefit at this point, go for it.
Yeah.
Okay. So it will take some damage. 8.
It will take 8 damage. 8 radiant damage.
Gary, so I get 1 immediate reaction per round, and that's for any abilities, right? Because I have 2 different immediate reaction abilities.
You get 1 immediate per round. It can be a reaction or an interrupt. And it per round means that at the beginning of your turn, your immediate refreshes.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Thanks.
So 16 versus Drock, and then 29 versus Filibuster for 13 psychic on Filibuster.
Oh man, it's so close.
You are dazed.
I do take 13 damage. You little turd. Oh, it moved out. Ooh, it's gonna try to dominate me now. That's fun. It's picking all the weirdest people. All the freaks.
All the ones that said Drock would die.
Well, it attempted to dominate Drock, and that hurt really bad, so it picked someone else, and it has to use a dazed target, so you're the only other dazed person. You're dominated, save ends.
There's no save? Or no magical spoopy?
Your gods cannot save you.
Baneslayer does not protect your brain.
Baneslayer.
Wow. Get it together, Baneslayer.
So, if I neutralize our immediate threat here, the spear will also be happy.
Mm-hmm.
Thing, is my the immediate threat? Or is it...
All right, Morin, you're up.
The spear whispers to me, and he's like,
for just 1 second. Go ahead and take your turn.
Do it. Darth Bane was Palpatine's master. Baneslayer. Sorry.
I thought Plagueis was his master.
Oh yeah, you're right. Darth Bane's further in the past.
Man. I unfortunately don't have a power that will daze the dark light.
Why does it need to be dazed?
If I daze it, will that break the domination?
It does not.
Killing it will.
Yeah.
Killing it will, yeah.
You consider that?
It's a good thing to fall back on, yeah.
Let's see.
And Gary, I'm no longer dazed because Dark Light's turns over, right?
So the end of this creature's next turn, yes.
Correct.
That's correct.
All right, so I'm going to move here. I'm going to curse Giant Electric Eel number 1. And then I'm going to attack the failed Dark Light with Blight. Does Filibuster count as an ally? still?
Yes.
Damn it,
Unfortunately for Prime Shot.
Okay. Was a 31 against Fortitude hit?
It does, but it doesn't really seem to do much of anything.
Why?
Psychic damage.
It
Because-
seems to be resistant to both necrotic and psychic.
But it's thunder damage as well.
Aha!
my-
Well, then that's a different story.
Okay, so it's going to be thunder damage. Oh wait, no, ignore that 9 psychic. It's not actually cursed, but I do have an additional 8 acid damage. So 19. And
Ooh, that
the
broke. Hang on. Sorry, go ahead.
so 19 damage, and it now grants combat advantage till the end of my turn. Next turn.
Flag of Shame acquired. Anything else from Morin?
That is going to do it. Or
One mini.
should I action point and try to kill it?
Can you use your next action point? You already used one this combat. Is that how that works, Gary? Or is the action point a special one?
I thought it was once per round.
It is always once per round. However, normally action points are once per encounter. The special action points from the flow of battle, they ignore the once per combat rule, but they don't ignore the once per round rule. So if you had one from flow of battle, then you'd be able to action point.
Okay. Then yeah, you know what? Let's do it. Action point number 2. And we're going to cast Pain to Pleasure. Oops. So a 31 and a 19 versus reflex. Do either of those hit?
Is that including combat advantage because it has Flag of Shame?
Yes, it is.
So I believe that means that the 31 hits and the 19 does not. But let me double check. Correct. So the 31 hits and the 19 does not.
Okay, so it's going to do 15 damage, and I will regain 3 hit points. Are my hit points at 55 or 66? Wait,
So
55. There we go.
since you missed with one of the attacks, does it re-roll?
Does what reroll? No,
Pain
I have to miss with both.
Miss with both. Okay.
If I hit with both, I just do extra damage.
Warlock powers and being fucking weird. All right. Thought I was going to be able to take it off push to talk, but I think the answer is no. One a minute, you're up.
All right. So I will do Force Grasp. On the Dark Light and the, I guess, Serpent number 2. Yeah.
I feel like you've never used this power.
I know. I don't think I ever have.
I've never. You said it, and I was like, "What is that?"
I know. New power. Okay, here we go. I'm not adding any attack mod. Oh, I gotta roll twice.
Yes.
Here's my other d20. I guess, yeah, I've never used this macro. And a 10 plus 13. So
So
23.
19 fort and then a 23 fort?
Yes, but that's without the modifier for, because it's granting combat advantage, right? Or no?
Okay, so 21 fort instead.
Yes.
Okay, so that is 2 hits.
Yay.
Go.
And I need a second damage roll.
Oh, I thought damage counts for both. Okay.
So if it's burst or blast, it's 1 damage roll and then individual attack rolls. If it's like a hit 2 things or hit 3 things, each individual bolt gets its own damage roll.
Got you. Okay, so that's 11 plus 7, so 18 damage on the second one as well.
All right, easy done.
And I will set that macro. And then I will just go ahead and shift here.
I assume. I think you're still dazed. Did you save from the daze?
Nope, I'm still dazed, but I can save. Let me do
You
that.
try to save at the start of your turn, right? From Dual Soul.
Nope.
Nope.
Okay, just hanging out.
Okay.
Okay.
Can save at the end of your turn, no? Or is it only one time?
I think Dual Soul is instead of, not in addition to.
Yeah, it's just you'd save at the beginning.
My eel, who no longer has an attack bonus or attack penalty.
Oh, and both of those guys are immobilized. I didn't see you mark that.
All right. Eel doesn't have either of its abilities, so let's go ahead and. Nobody. Well, Filibuster's bloodied. Filibuster's also dominated, so it knows not to. So I guess it would go after Griffle, because Griffle's the nearest bloodied thing. And bite. 30 for 12 and 10. Ouch. 22 lightning.
Down. Puts paid to my plan.
All right. Other Serpent has someone who's dazed and all by themselves over here. Nom nom nom. Should be 24 AC. Which I think hits one of many. Yes, no, baby?
22 AC is a hit. Yes. Oh, but I am the target of a melee attack, so I will trigger my bracers of escape. So I
What type of action are Racers of Escape?
immediate interrupt.
Cannot spend immediate while dazed.
Damn. Okay. All right. Then I get hit for 14 damage.
14 and ongoing 5 poison.
Ouch.
Looking rough here, boys and girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope the final boss isn't impressive.
I thought the Dark Light was the final boss. That's my hope.
Nope.
He
And our
explicitly
vision
stated it
said-
is not.
Our vision boy.
I had my whole thing planned out about what I was going to do. Like, I had my whole action planned out. I was like, all right, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to be at this amount of HP. I'm going to be safe to go do this thing. And it was going to save Drock as well. No.
20
a death-
to one of many.
Yep. That will also hit.
Look at Morin back here at full health. What a guy.
So Griffle, you're at negative 11 now, I believe.
F6.
Welcome
Seems
to the
like a
start of your
thing
turn.
to-
You're at negative 11.
I still take the ongoing?
Yeah.
What?
Ongoing is very dangerous when you're dying. All right.
Can I still make saving throws against it, or what?
Yes, you still make saving throws as normal, and you need to make me
Okay.
a death saving throw. So tell me which save you're making first, either death saving throw or
Okay.
poison.
Right. Sorry, I did a dumb and walked upstairs. I'm coming back down.
It's all good.
Oh, that's not good. This is not good at
This is
all.
terrible. Okay, I feel like my first roll is going to be terrible, so I'm going to make that my first roll is ongoing. Hey!
Not
Thank
ongoing.
fuck. Oh, all right, so you can roll a death save.
Whew.
Whew.
So
All right.
10 means no change. serpent number 2 is immobilized and has literally 0 powers, so it is going to total defense.
Can I hit Morin?
I would love for you to hit me and then for me to use that power that has an ally within 5 take the damage for me, and it just be you.
Actually, that's strats right there. Then I could res.
So filibuster, the Darklight, pulling its power through you, you get this strange command, and it tells you to draw upon your power and strike down my enemies. It is going to get you to Divine Bolts? No. What's the 3 targets?
That is Hand of Radiance.
Hand of Radiance. So it's going to tell you to Hand of Radiance. And you get this weird sort of push and pull, this tugging inside of your mind, as part of you wants to sort of instinctively draw through the spear, and part of you wants to instinctively draw through your old box. Which do you think your character would draw from when it gets given that command?
Oh, at this point, I'm all in on the spear, baby.
So you raise your spear, go to send your bolts out, and then you get this sort of resistance. As the hand goes up, the spear starts to kind of fight back, that it turns, trying to turn towards the dark light, not allowing you to fire on your allies. This is going to be a contest of wills. So it needs to make another check against your will defense. I can use my other hand, it'd be really handy.
Watch him crit again. That'd be great.
So I'm going to just hit the d20, and then if I need to look it up, I'll look up what the attack or what the skill bonus is. 14. I probably do need to look it up. 1 second.
Yes, you do, I think.
Very easy when I have both of my hands. All right, so that's going to be +8. That's going to be a 22 versus your will.
That does not hit.
So you do Hand of Radiance through the spear, but in the last moment, you choose the targets.
Oh, let's do the same targets from before. So electric eel, 1 or 2, sorry. This guy and this guy. Oh, you can't see my arrow.
I can.
These 2 here. Oh, you could?
Yeah, I can see your.
Oh. Yeah, so those 3. Is that Flag of Shame working? And is it -2 versus the serpent as well? Is that the
So you have normal attack against the giant eel 2. You get a +2 against the dark light, and you get a -2 against the serpent.
damage bonus? Ooh, that's what I'm talking about.
3 hits. So as the bolts leave your hand, striking towards your allies, you feel the power of your spear twist the bolts towards the destinations you would like them to go. And one of them spins towards the dark light, getting the words, "Describe your kill."
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Whew.
thank goodness.
This is not what I imagined was going to happen, but it's okay. It never is. I just want it to go like like in its. I want it to like the beam to go in through its like head, and then like dig in through the body, and then like the glow of sort of radiant light like expand outwards, and it just like burst.
All right. Well, the boon is going to trigger for you. You and Morin are both have the ability to be triggered by have the trigger happen. If you would like to either regain or spend a healing surge.
At this point, I think regaining a surge is wiser.
Morin?
Yeah, I don't think I want to spend a healing surge here, so I will.
Well, it's
regain
for
one.
Filibuster.
Oh, no, yeah, he can have one too.
Okay, so Phil, you get 2 surges.
Go.
With the death of the Dark Light, you can tell that the injured creatures, i.e. the ones that are bloodied, they're predators. They don't like fighting things that are difficult to fight. They are still on the map, but they do not look like... They look like they're going to attempt to flee at the first opportunity they have. However, the 2 ones that are not bloodied do not look interested in fleeing. All right, Filibuster, that was your standard action. You're no longer dominated. You have a move and a minor left.
Does the dark light dying in the daze? I considered that. So I was technically dazed at the start of my turn.
The dominate overwrites the daze, so you became dominated instead of dazed.
Move and a minor. Wow, this is perfect. Actually, this worked out great. Okay. 1, 2, 3. I have 6. Oh man, I don't want to walk on the snake, but I guess I have to. Okay, we'll go here, and then I will cast Blackened Soul on Griffle. I don't believe I've casted it. I've been marking off my dailies. Yeah. Griffle?
Okay, until the end of the encounter, until the target is restored to full hit points, the target gains +4 bonus attack. Okay, cool. So I get to spend 2 healing surges, yeah?
Yeah.
So you go to 0.
Can I opt to only spend 1? Or
This says up to.
just very conscious of our healing surges right now, guys. Yeah, I'll just spend the 1 to get back up. No, die no longer. Thank you.
That will be my turn.
All right. So I'm thinking. Yep, wrong one. It's 2 to there. 1, 2, 3. So how much to there? That's 6. Okay. Because the ones that are bloodied aren't going to do anything, so I'm just going to ignore them.
So they will still do things like take opportunity attacks and defend themselves and stuff like that, but they're not going to aggressively attack.
Right. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. So I'm going to use my constant ability to teleport here as my free action. And then charge down to the giant electric eel. Because that's... So I move 6, and that gets me in range. Is that close enough then? Or does he have to be 6 squares away?
Who have to be 6 squares away?
So giant electric eel.
I don't know what you're asking. Sorry.
I think I can charge from here. That's basically what I want to do.
Yes, you can charge from there.
Okay, so I'm going to charge in to the eel. And I don't think there's any attack bonuses right now.
You have +2 to attack and +1 for charging, so you're at +3.
I thought what was the +2 from? I thought that was over. Because I thought it was from Griffles and it was till end of her next turn.
Oh, you're right. It's true. So just +1.
Okay, so +1. And he's solo enemy, so 2 bonus from that.
He's not a solo enemy.
No?
I don't think.
Well, he's not beside anything.
Again, it depends on. You keep saying solo enemy.
doesn't
Solo
matter.
enemy has a very specific meaning in 4th edition, and is not the meaning you're using it for.
Okay.
So
I'll
please
have to
stop
look
using
it
that
up.
terminology.
Sure. I have to look up anyway. It doesn't matter. I've rolled a 1.
Cool.
Nothing matters. And that's a charge, so that's the end of my turn.
Lauren, you're up.
Okay. So let's see. These two are bloodied. I'm gonna move 2, 4, 6. That's right. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm going to curse the Blackwater Serpent 1.
Okay.
And I'm going to attack the Blackwater Serpent with End of Blight. (18 versus Fortitude).
18 Fortitude on the Serpent. I don't believe connects, but let me double check. It does not, unfortunately.
Okay. And that's it for me.
One of many.
Okay, so I have ongoing poison 5. So does that start at the beginning of my turn?
Yep.
Okay, so I am dead.
Well, you're unconscious.
I'm unconscious. I'm at
Give me 2
-1.
saving throws, please.
Okay. Oh, hang on. So
So I assume you're still dazed and no longer taking ongoing.
okay,
Oh, I need a third one for death.
okay.
Luckily, it's not 5th edition.
It's 5th edition. You just die with that.
It's
Uh,
2.
It's
fails.
2. Yeah, if you get a 1, it's 2 failed death saves.
That's so whack.
All right.
That's my turn.
Effective turn. Eel number 2 is going to slink away. It does not seem to be able to swim back up the waterfall that it came down, but it is going to slink into the water on the edge of the room and then attempt to avoid being seen or encountered or dealt with. It's going to avoid you all because you all heard it. Serpent over here. Well, the easy answer is this.
Oh, yeah.
Just take her.
It's going to make an attack. It does not do any damage if it hits. So
Yep.
it definitely hits. It is going to reach down, opens up its mouth, it swallows one of many, and then sinks under the water to swim away.
Oh my
Great.
god.
To be featured in next year's Escape from the Water Temple
Escape from the eel's belly.
limited campaign.
God.
It's not that far. You could run over there, Griffle.
By the way, I think so. I have 2 people that wanted to play in the next anthology series. So if I get the chance to have, or if I have enough time to be able to do the next anthology series, the 2 of them kind of talked it out, and I gave them a list of options to pick from, and they've decided they're going to be the expeditionary force from the Fortress of Old Axe that has gone down to investigate the disappearances at Emmett's Rest once the mayor disappears. So after you guys take Hatterai off on adventures, and there's still people disappearing from Emmett's Rest, they're going to head out and try to find them. And go into the swamp, see what happens. right. Yield 1. Yeah. Drock's right here. Drock's probably tasty. Let's test this factor.
No, I'm not
Nope.
tasty.
You might be. It just might need to try harder. It's going to shift 1 square to get closer to the water. Well, the deeper water, and then it's going to be done. Griffle, you're up.
Hello. It is I, Griffel. Can I charge to here?
You can.
Cool.
You can move to there if you wanted to.
Give me back my one! Oh, sorry. That was actually, so 28, versus AC, and 18, 24 damage.
So I don't understand the damage. How do we get to 24?
Okay, so 18 on the dice,
Uh-huh.
+4 from the Carnage weapon, and then +2 from. So I've got +4 to attack and +2 from Philly.
And +4 from your quarry, right?
No, not quarry. He's not quarried.
He's been quarried the whole time. This is the first guy you quarried. Little green marker.
Oh, for real? Oh,
This is the guy you hit at the very start of the fight.
oh
You
my
quarried
God.
him and
I forgot
forgot about him. Well, that's not a very good quarry, if you ask me.
Queried him 2 weeks ago, really.
The
I would've
worst
thought
bounty
they would've
hunting I've
pulled
ever seen.
So
I
26
would have thought
points
they
of
would have
damage.
fallen off.
No, it
'cause I
doesn't fall
died.
off until the end of the counter.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
So the only things there's a couple things that end when you go unconscious, and the big ones are marks, like defender marks and things like that, and stances. Almost everything else sticks around when you pass out.
Okay. Well, it's 28 damage then.
Marked. 28 is enough to bloody it. Is that it for your turn, or would you like to spend the other action point? Oh, I don't think you've action pointed at all.
Action point. No, I will spend the action point. It's going to be like,
Like,
I don't know. I'm gonna.
slice open its belly and pull one from the inside.
Yeah, I'm gonna twin strike. I'd be like, spit it out. Like when your dog is eating something that they're not supposed to eat, and you're like, "What have you got?" and they start chewing it faster.
Let's hope it doesn't start chewing faster. Whew. Those are solid hits.
Cool.
So a die popped.
22.
So 22 plus 4 plus 4, right?
22 plus 4 plus 6 because the quarry is a 6.
Quarry is once per turn.
Oh yeah.
So I think that's 30, right?
Yes.
Oh no, a single instance of 4, so 26. Right?
Is that what the
Hey,
+2 from
So
Black
20.
and
So
Snow?
hang on. So 22, 23, 24, 25. Yeah, 26. Yes, I did incorporate that this time.
Yeah.
It is still alive, but very injured.
Damn it! Spit it out.
It must be very hungry.
Servant number 2. It's still immobile. Well, it's no longer mobilized because one took her turn.
Morin. Oh.
It's gonna slink away. It's bloodied. It doesn't want to fight anymore.
He's got too much
Phil,
health.
you're up.
Can I see one?
No.
It's like in the belly.
Yeah, it swallowed her and swam away.
That's unfortunate.
I
Okay,
believe she would agree with you.
let's go here. You also have to get rid of the other electric eel.
Don't worry, I'll keep missing him and keep him distracted.
Yeah, you're doing great. Yeah, let's just Hand of Radiance again. And these two turds. Well, no, that doesn't make sense.
I don't remember. Have you Rain of Blood this encounter?
I have not, no. It's not really a good opportunity for it. 29 reflex versus Blackwater Serpent 2. 17 reflex versus the other one.
That is a hit, and I'm pretty sure a miss.
Yeah.
Hit and a miss. So the serpent is very, very injured. Happy to be running away as fast as it possibly can as soon as he gets the opportunity to do so.
Ooh. Does Morin? Yeah, Morin does also get to go.
Drop it.
Yeah.
All right, to be helpful and try and get one back, because I feel her being pulled away is a bad thing, I'm going to use my inconstant location and do another charge, because it worked so well last time. Yay! I didn't roll a 1. I rolled a 4, but it wasn't a 1. Does 22 hit?
So as the snake goes and lifts itself out of the water, goes to wrap around the pillar to start climbing out of the room, you land a heavy blow with your flail on its side, and it flops off and regurgitates out one of many.
Nice.
Morin, you're up.
All right.
I think one is the only person who has the boon, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, oh yeah, so she can't use it. Shouldn't use it on me anyway.
Well, she can't use it while she's unconscious, so.
There's that too.
I'm going to move here and target the giant electric eel with the good old Hand of Blight, taking advantage of my prime shot. It was a 35 versus Fortitude hit.
The crit crits, and I don't know how much damage it does, but a lot.
Okay. Christ. All right, so it's 8. So it'd be
Sound like
20.
you crit Foxy in real life.
Oh no.
So it's going to be 25 plus 12 is 37. Plus, is it standing on the ground?
Okay, so hang on. It is not standing on the ground. So you
Alright.
got 25 plus 12 is
37.
That's it so far, correct?
Oh, yes. And that's all I have in terms of damage. I can only do 48.
Only
Way.
do 48.
Okay.
Oh,
Nice
okay.
at will ability there, Brusky.
It does not kill him. However, it is very, very injured and will flee as soon as it gets to its turn. So the combat's going to be resolved. The only thing left to do is one of many. I need one more death saving throw from you, please.
Okay.
So hold on. Since
Yep.
I crit, can she get her boon?
So
Oh,
you
it
don't
wasn't a
have one.
melee. Wasn't a
Yeah.
melee.
Well, you also don't have one to give. Like
I'm the only one
it's-
who has one, and I can't use it.
Right. So you basically give accolades to the person who either killed them or crit. So the only person who can get it would be you from that instance.
Oh, I see.
But
I
she's
see.
the only one that has one to give. Right. So you do not fail the death saving throw. Go ahead and end the encounter there. And just as a reminder, the way that things work is if you have a ongoing effect or you're dying or anything like that at the end of an encounter, you get one tick of whatever was going on, and then the encounter ends. So that one was your last tick for the encounter.
Okay. And so I go back to 1 hit point.
So you get stabilized, and you get brought to 1 hit point before any surges and stuff is taken into account.
Okay.
Does
I'm gonna
As-
just like ineffectively try to clean the gunk off of one.
Thank you.
you're in the water at least?
Mhm.
Gary, when the Darklight died, did anything happen to the little petal thingies?
The pebble thingies?
Petals.
Oh, petals. I'm sorry. I figured it out finally. No, it did not. The illusion is still there.
Okay.
And if you didn't know it was an illusion from Clotho, it looks perfectly real. It looks like this sort of just sort of impossibly large flower that kind of looks like the ones you've seen outside, like the bioluminescent ones you saw on the way in.
Yeah.
All right, so we're out of combat. We're out of initiative. Why don't we take a quick 5-minute break, IRL, and then we'll reconvene. So, all right, let's do 7 minutes to keep it easy.
All right.
Sounds good. Be right back.
BRB.
Break until 35. I'll be right back. In a bad way, if she does not get surgery from somebody.
Well, one has 3, Morin has 3, and I have 3. Is that correct?
But I'm about to spend at least 2 of them to have more than 1 hit point.
Yeah, it's gonna take you to half health.
Yeah, and I only have 1. We really don't have a lot.
So if I spend 2, I go to 25 hit points.
You feel safe at that amount?
That's half, but
I
I
think
don't
there was
know.
also there was also talk of people having potions. I think you guys have a couple potions that do not require surges to heal.
So it looks like I have a blood apricot that someone bled on, according to my sheet.
I think
Is
that's
that-
a little old because I think it has to be
that
refreshed
little-
every day.
Okay. I'll just say regular blood apricot then.
So I don't have both arms to look at stuff right now, but I think you guys do have access to Cure Light Wounds potions, which I think are the ones that don't take surges, or they work even if you're at 0.
Your light wounds potions.
Yeah, target regains a hit point as hit points as if they'd spent a healing surge.
That'd be good to
I'm
use.
gonna use my last one of those.
So I apparently have 1 blood apricot, 2 cure light wounds potions, and 2 healing potions.
So basically, what I'm saying is, since I know you guys have Cure Light Wounds, you might want to use those to get yourselves out of bloodied, and then start spending healing surges.
How many of those do we have?
It's in the channel. I can't look right now.
I have on my character sheet that I have 2.
I had 1 cure light wounds and now I've used it. But also the potions of healing. I've got 2 potions of healing. But they
That
are
requires a healing surge.
well, actually, so it's spend a healing surge instead of hit points you would normally gain, you regain 10. But like my surge is bigger than 10, so like
Not super useful if you once you level up a little.
there's literally no reason for me to use these. So I've got 2 of them on me. Whose surge value was less than 10 and would get good value out of these?
Nobody.
Everybody's surge value is more than 10 because everyone's got more than 40 max.
So we have 10 total Cure White Light Wounds potions on the ship. One
Yeah,
says
but-
she has 2 with her.
I'm assuming that everyone would have taken the potions with them. So I think you guys have used 2. The group has 8 remaining.
So the potions of cure light wounds are useless unless you have unless you're bloodied and do not have healing surges.
I believe so. Hang on.
For sure. I'm reading it. So we should save those. They don't do anything.
So like Griffle, if Griffle spent a surge to get to 24, which I think is still bloody, she could then drink a potion of Cure Light Wounds to get her higher than that.
True. Yes.
So I used I've already used a cure light wounds. I only had 2 surges when I got back up, and I spent one of them to get to 12, and then I used a cure light wounds to get to 24. I don't want to spend my last surge.
So if we how many do we have total right now? If one has 1 surge, you have 1 surge. Drock has 1 surge, and then so 3 plus 6, 9 total.
9,
so we
yeah.
would have 8 to distribute. That seems
You
rough.
have 4, right?
Me, no, I only have 3. Unless I healed less.
So yes, I think the answer is if you use your, now that everyone's got some hit points, you'd have 8 to distribute, and then you've got 2 people that are still pretty injured.
And those, sorry, if you're bloodied, those potions still take a healing surge?
Yeah, they if you are bloodied and you have no surges, they will still work. But if you have a surge, they will use the surge, in which case they are less effective than the surge.
Correct. So they're only useful if you're out of surges and bloodied.
I'm willing to drop to 1 healing surge,
Yeah, I
and
could
Morin
too.
could as well, which means there would be 6 left.
I'm already at 1.
So you could stay at 1,
That's
or you
basically
could gain an extra 1 and spend an extra 1, basically.
well, yeah, so I could heal one more time. True.
And then we could give the last 5. Wait, is that right?
Griffle.
Keep in
If
mind
there's
that
8, Morin and I
Drock
take
and Griffle
1
are
each.
Drock and Griffle are both not full health as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still bloodied.
So I mean,
hang
we have
on,
3
so
backliners, 2
Morin and
frontliners. I
Philly-
think it's fine to go 1 on each backliner and then 2 and 3 respectively on whichever you choose.
Right. So hang on. So there's Morin and Philly are willing to drop 2 surges each, right? So there's 4 to distribute.
We have 8 total to distribute, basically. And then we would be taking 2, so then it's 6. Then if 1 took 1, which I think they should, then there would be 5 to take.
Hang on. There's
Rather
9
do
to distribute.
9 minus 1 because the ritual takes 1.
Oh, the ritual takes 1. Okay, right. So there's 8 to distribute. So yeah, maybe 2 on me, 3 on Drock, and then 1 on each of the backliners.
And then 1 still has her boon she can use if she is able and achieves that.
True.
Yeah,
So
I should.
it's like a
I don't
1
think I should
extra
do
with an
that.
asterisk.
So I rearrange surges. I think that's how it's going to be, or that's what the discussion is at least. The only thing I will note, and I'll give you guys this as free information, the reduces a target to 0 hit points version of that trigger is not going to be relevant for the next fight. So basically, the only people that can get the additional surge from 1 are going to be people who score a critical hit with a melee attack.
Okay.
Wait, not relevant?
There's only
Correct.
1 enemy, so
/ we're not killing anything.
one of those 2. I'm going with 1 enemy.
We're in such a bad way.
I might, if people are okay with it. So I have 3 surges. Then if I spend 1 now, I'll at least be out of the bloodied state.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like I need to spend 1 as well. Just because I can't. Again, I can't. I don't want to go into a battle bloodied.
In this temple, especially.
Yeah.
So wait, I have.
We still don't even. We are not at that battle, by the way. There's a giant illusionary flower in the way.
So with the blood apricots, we have to spend a surge, right? Those are the same as what in the compendium?
Those are blood apricots. They are called the same thing in the
Oh,
compendium.
they are. Okay.
The short answer with blood apricots is that they are extremely action efficient, but they're very surge inefficient.
Right.
So
You
guys
spend
have,
2 surges to gain a surge plus 2d8.
yeah.
Right. Okay. So then, I also have 2 just quote unquote healing potion plus 10 is what I have written down. I don't know what that's analogous to.
So healing potions is you get 10 health instead of your healing surge, but it does take a surge to use. So it's
they're also
less
worth it.
useful. Yeah,
Okay.
they're useful for battle, but it's lesser healing than anything else.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sorry, does a short rest regain power points? I always forget.
Yes.
So they're not actually useful for battle because it takes a surge and it gives you less than your surge value.
If you
For-
don't have another way to,
for-
you don't have like a second wind or a leader heal or whatever.
It's cheaper
Right.
in terms of action cost.
Well, if you got a free hand, which is 1 and maybe Phil and maybe Morin.
Yeah, I never have a free hand, so
Nope.
it's very inefficient for me to use items during combat.
Got to get yourself a bandolier, obviously.
You should just try to get your helm to grow little little beer can things that just go in your mouth.
Beer can helmet with potions on either side.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be free action at that point.
Be pretty funny. The potion bandolier is an actual item that you can get that helps with that situation.
Oh my god, it is!
Just sounds like different flavor to me.
Mm-hmm.
This belt can hold up to 6 potions. You can retrieve a potion from the belt as a free action. So it would still take a minor action to drink it, though, right?
Yes. And you'd still need a hand, but so it doesn't completely get rid of all the problems, but it does help. Basically, the idea is if you got Master of Arms and a potion bandolier, you can take a minor action to drink the potion and then equip and unequip your weapon in the process and not have to take any extra stuff. But anyways, so are people happy, or are people content at least to move forward with where their hit points and surges and stuff are?
Yeah, let's blast them.
Well-
Let's do it, baby. I'm ready.
People resigned that they've done the best that they can with the limited resources they have been allotted.
Let's put our
Yes.
rods on these giant pillars.
Oh yeah, so before we leave the room, should we actually mess around with the pillars more?
I am not walking through that flower before we do any sort of investigation in this room. That sketches me out. Oh, I do lose water walking.
Can I make an insight check to try and determine, like, the purpose of the illusion?
Sure.
Like,
One
what's the point of having the, like, because illusions usually hide something, right? They're,
Well, we already saw what it's hiding, kind of.
So with your
I'm
check,
happy.
one, do you have a theory?
No, I was just being a jackass.
Okay, so with your check, you can sort of realize that there's a couple of things. So from your vision, I don't know if you as the players remember, but you as the character would remember that one of the things that the creature was saying, the viewpoint creature was saying, was that, this person was the last sacrifice, right? That this is not going to be as bad, that, it's going to be this one and done type of thing. And this sort of incredibly bloody spectacle that is hidden behind the lotus would be the last thing that one of the sacrifices sees being taken down to the final chamber. So you think that the lotus thing is probably at least partially there to prevent the other slaves from seeing how bad it is on the other side of the lotus until they're taken back there.
I see.
Is everything but the lotus real? So like this platform thing?
Yes, everything except the lotus is real.
All right, boys and girls, shall we get the rods out?
Yes.
So you guys have not not infinite time here, but you guys do have a few minutes to kind of go and investigate. Basically, what I'm going to tell you is that you can realize that with the rods, there's enough sort of magical resonance in the room that it does look like something would be able to happen here. The problem is the physicality. All of the things in this room, or at least the pillars in this room, are built at such a huge scale that moving any one of these things, unless there's some sort of mechanism that you guys do not see, from where you guys are, moving these pillars is going to be nearly impossible for someone of your size.
Mm.
So I'm trying to think if I can find the name of it, but outside of a lot of Eastern temples, there is like the things that spin, right? You roll your hand over it and it turns as part of like a blessing or a ritual. Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I do not know what the name of that is, but that does seem to be similar to how these pillars function. However, it is not easy to do. It's not like so those things are kind of like well-oiled machines, right? That you can just give a little bit of force and they'll turn even if they're fairly heavy. That might have been how these pillars were at some point in the past. However, some of them are like completely covered in stone collapses. Some of them are like locked up just from not being used for long periods of time. There doesn't seem to be any of them that are free moving enough that you guys would be able to move them. And that does seem to be kind of part and parcel to what the purpose, or at least what would normally work in this room.
So, would there be enough time that I could create like sketches of at least a couple of the pillars, but ideally all of them? Like write
Yes.
down each band sort of separately so I could try to like figure it out without like on paper.
Yes, you can do so.
Okay.
Morin is gonna walk up to the head of the serpent,
Right.
and I'm going to plant like the tip of the spear on the eye of the snake, and see if there's any kind of interaction between the spear and whatever energy is in the snake.
So you get a little bit of feedback from the spear. It doesn't speak to you right now, but it does give that same sort of, it's not a growl, but it's some sort of sound of displeasure, of being touching something that it thinks is divinely inspired. So the spear is recognizing the snake as being something that is a devoted thing to a god, and it doesn't like it. It's game for you just destroying this whole room.
In time.
What is Griffle doing? I'm not.
I'm gonna see if there's any kind of like mechanisms, maybe like under the water, like if I could like dive down and have a look at the bottom of the pillars, or
So when you dive down where you are, and kind of look around on the bottom of the pillars, the part of the pillars that's underwater does look very similar to the stuff that's above the water. It doesn't even really seem to have that much more wear and tear, which you would sort of expect, right? Like if you go to Griffle's perspective, right? It goes to a dock. You go to a dock and you see the pier, the wood above the water always is in much better condition than the wood below the water. It's, the stuff below the water, all kinds of stuff. That doesn't seem to be the case here. But you think that might be because this room is probably usually full of water. It's that effect that is in the background that you're constantly having to swim against that is draining it of water. So this has probably not been exposed to air for too terribly long. But other than that, the pillars at the bottom look very similar. What you will notice, however, is the platform in the center of the room has the same indications of things you've seen elsewhere in the temple. Below the causeway that is the snake, you see there is something else. There is another very slightly raised area that the causeway is built upon.
okay.
So hopefully that
it-
makes sense.
Solid. Is it just like a solid platform? So it's kind of like tiers of a platform. So like there's the ground, and then there's like a bigger platform that's underneath the causeway, and then the causeway that like sits on top of that.
Correct. And the one that's the causeway is on top. The causeway is fairly thick. It's about 5 feet of stone. Below the causeway, though, that slightly raised area that the causeway completely covers is really small, but it's kind of it draws your attention because it doesn't have anything attached to it, right? It looks like it's crystalline clear cut. There's no barnacles. There's no growths on it. There's no damage to the part that's below the causeway, and it runs the entire length of the room. And it's about between 8 inches and a foot tall, depending on where it is. It does seem to kind of get shorter or taller in different spots between the northern end of the room and the southern end of the room. But at its highest, it's about a foot tall, and at its lowest, it's about 6 inches tall.
Okay. And does it have like how? I don't know how to ask the question. Like how much wider is this platform than the causeway?
So the causeway seems to be built basically just overlapping it. So I'm trying to see if I can get this to draw correctly, right? So yes,
Okay, I see what you mean.
like
Yeah.
so that would be kind of what you would see if you were looking at like a cross section, right? You're looking at a cross section of the causeway. It would look like this. It's got a big, thick topper that is this snake thing, and then below it there is a fairly thin but still raised section of the floor that runs the entire underneath of the causeway.
Can I put my fingers under the lip?
You can, yeah.
Do I feel anything?
It doesn't feel any different. The whatever that bottom part is made out of, it's cool to the touch. Like it's not cold, but it's cool and it's smooth. It feels like maybe like polished marble. Whereas the causeway is made of more sort of generic stone.
Feels like it's been laid over the top of something. Oh, I don't know what I could do with this. It's interesting, but it doesn't lead me anywhere.
Yeah, like in the other room, the topper was small enough that we could move it, but I don't think we're moving the snake. Underneath the marble part, is that just water? So this is like a bridge, essentially.
It's the floor. So you've got
Oh,
it. So let's do like that, right?
okay.
So you have the floors at the bottom, and then there is a raised, very thin section in the center of the room. And then on top of that thin section in the center of the room, there's the causeway, the snake motif.
That we're walking on. Okay.
Does it look like the snake motif was added later, like with the other parts of the temple that were like laid on top of original artifacts?
Yes. Mm-hmm. And it does look like you can see signs, and it's a little you can sort of see it on the map here, which I really love this map for this. Is you can see that there are parts of the causeway that are damaged. So if you look, kind of the little things that jut out, the edges of the causeway are a little rough. It's not in really terrible shape, but it is showing signs of like wear and tear. Whereas whatever that thing is that's below the causeway shows no signs of wear or tear.
Is there like anywhere that it seems like we could peel away part of the causeway or remove some rubble, or is it like too intact?
The only parts that you kind of peel away are the things that stick out a little bit that wouldn't really give you access to the stuff below. This does seem similar to the stuff that you've seen other places in the temple, but it's just on a bigger scale than you guys really have the ability to deal with right now.
Mm-hmm.
If only we knew somebody who was of scale.
Yeah.
Anyway.
While this is going on, is there enough time that I could like kind of play with my little strips of paper and see if I could suss out anything that any of these pillars might say?
So I will say that if you guys want to do more than basic investigation of the room, which is what we're doing here, is each person taking turns, you can do so. However, the awareness that you do not have an infinite amount of time is here, and I will tell you mechanically, it will make what is coming next more difficult the longer you spend investigating this room. As you're fairly certain, as it was described a couple of times, that the Darklight was the master's pet, it is likely to know when its pet has been dispatched.
Well, once I have my copies, I'm happy to move on.
Drock, is there anything you wanted to do in the room?
No, I'm content to just move on.
Phil, anything you wanted to do in the room?
No, I'm gonna let Drock walk through the pedals, and I'll be good.
I hate to do this to you, one, but do not take off your death save.
Sorry.
Okay.
Foxy, your mic is doing that thing.
All right. The worst. Hang on.
Oh my god, it's the master.
Your mic is doing that thing.
The master. No.
All right. So, as you get, so you guys are heading down to the back of the room, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Heading around the Lotus. I think by default you guys would try to avoid it. It is very difficult to physically avoid. It does cover the whole back of the room, but it is sort of unnerving to walk through something that looks and seems very physical. There's even a vague fragrance that comes from the petals, but as you walk through it, it's pretty clear that it is actually an illusion. On the far side of the room, you see this incredibly bloody scene, and this whirl of water. The exit of the area shows an archway that looks like it has been widened. It was a part of the temple at some point, but has been broken open to become bigger. And then ahead of you, you can see that there's that vortex going up. Some of the vortex goes to the top of the room that you're in right now. The rest of it seems to go straight up and out. You can see some bits of light up ahead. And if you kind of look into the column where the water is coming up, when you look up, you can see there's just about 40 or 50 sharks that are slowly swirling above the exit of this vortex of water shooting everything up. And then there's water going down. Here is not a like a passageway you could walk on. You would have to swim down the vortex. And then you see that there is another like hallway down below you that has been broken and connected to where you need to go. So, anything you guys want to do here? It is going to be a little bit of effort to get down here. So you can tell that the vortex is throwing all water straight up. You're going to need to swim down or do something to get yourselves to go down this passageway and not be sort of launched up and out of the temple and into the sharks. Anyone have any?
that? Sorry.
Okay, so you guys are. There's an entryway behind. You go in. There's a small hallway. At the end of the small hallway, there is like a shaft, right? So think of like an elevator shaft. The vortex is pulling things from below you up through the shaft. And if you look up the shaft, you can see the top of the shaft ends at light, and there's a bunch of sharks swirling above your head.
Yeah.
There's an incredible amount of water pressure pushing the water up. You know that where you need to go is down. What is the group going to do in order to make it down without getting pushed up out of the temple and into the sharks?
And I sort of sense the magic that is behind this vortex.
Go ahead and give me an Arcana check. You're going to know if you succeed or fail. So you can, and you can also tell that it is a powerful psionic ritual. This is not an arcane ritual. And its origin spot is below you somewhere.
Is it something that I think I might be able to manipulate or stop?
You might be able to manipulate it if you were able to see the ritual itself, but it's too far away.
Okay.
You see the
What if
effects of the ritual, but not the actual thing itself.
What if I like try to hold out the collared one's collar toward the water?
So you take the collared one's collar, you hold it out towards the water, and when you do, you see the vortex swirl and eddy around it. And when you first put your hand into the vortex, it was incredible wash pressure, right? It's like putting your hand in a fire hose. As soon as you put the collar into it, though, the water sort of parts around it, and there is this calm water directly around your hand.
Oh. Well, I found the key, boys. And girl.
We'd be able
And
to
girl.
all put a hand on the collar. Like, how far does it extend out?
So I'll say with a little bit of testing, Filibuster can figure out that if he's holding the collar and he steps out into the vortex basically excludes him and flows around him instead of into him. And that anyone touching him will have the same effect. So it'll ignore people that are either have the collar or are touching someone with the collar.
Time to cha-cha chain through the vortex.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys are able to, with the knowledge that the collar will allow the vortex to ignore you, are able to make it down the shaft to the bottom. Again, it's kind of darker down here, but at the bottom of the shaft, there is a set of stairs. They go into a room where there is quite a lot of light. And as you guys get closer to this room, you can hear this sort of chaotic whispering in the background. And you get this sense of familiarity, the thing that you feel when you're near something that has been in a vision you've had before.
I was waiting. I was like, where? Oh, look at that. That's cool. Where'd you
Ooh.
find this art, Gary? This is too on point.
So when you guys come out the stairs, the blue thing is your starting box. Obviously, you can't start in the wall. It's just easier for me to draw it that way. But you can start anywhere in the blue. You see there are this ring of these. They're a little different looking, but they all have the same base. This kind of slightly frog, slightly fish look. These statues all staring inward, and you see the coral. The altar covered in coral from your vision. So you know that in the center of the room here, where this is, beneath that egg, there is an altar. So there's an altar that everything is built around, and then there's coral growing around the sides of the altar, and there's a small basin below where the egg lays, and then this massive egg is sitting on top of it with this strange sort of tadpole-like creature kind of swirling around in the egg. As you enter into the room, you see a small creature who is floating up in the water. He's sort of he has his back in the area where the vortex isn't, so he can sort of see what comes into the room. And then as you come into the room, he will sort of land on top of one of these pieces of coral, and he starts, very quickly whispering to himself, but in a voice that carries, that you realize pretty quickly is somehow either psionically augmented or mirrored telepathically. Yes, this is it. This must be it. I can feel something. Feel it. Yes. Blood will be familiar. Sacrifice this familiar. Yes, it comes soon. You are the key. This strange little fish man gives you this very broad, very toothy grin. So I'm going to ask you guys to roll for initiative, and then I'm going to ask whatever questions you guys have about the room.
A 28 again.
Wow, 322s as well.
Don't forget
Yeah.
the edge +2.
Wait,
Well,
what's the
plus
+2?
2 from. I always forget
Oh.
about Griffle.
Garrett, is the +2 from this stack with my phylactery of action?
I don't know. I don't know what type of bonuses things are. What type of bonus is the phylactery?
It is. Oh, that's not the phylactery of action. What's it called?
I
Oh,
think
cast
the
of
answer is yes.
tactics. Cast of tactics. It says item bonus.
So the one from the Crystal Helm is an untyped bonus, so it does stack.
Okay, so I would get +2.
All right. So questions about the room, about the situation, about the scene, and then we will go to the resolving of what happens at initiative, i.e., draw, getting to move, and stuff like that.
You said questions?
Yeah. What questions do you guys have about the outlay of the room?
What are these thingies?
The little symbols on the floor?
Yeah.
That is the edge of the vortex and seems to be the focal point of the ritual that's sucking all the water up out of the room.
Okay.
And so is this room actually like filled with water, or is there air?
This room has air, but there is a kind of column of water that is around the walls that's leading up.
So
Those are-
the pillar that little guy is on, is he like swimming up to that pillar, or did he like jump up there?
Standing on top of it. So imagine you've got a kind of like a roughly onion-shaped room. So you're inside of like an onion or whatever. And then, or not onion, like a garlic. So you got like a roughly garlic, like a clutch is the wrong word, whatever. The bulb, so a bulb-shaped room. There we go, is what I'm trying to say. And then most of the interior of the bulb is clear. There's just air. But the edges of the bulb leading up to the top is water. So he was up kind of on the wall with his arms and back in this column of water, suspending him up where his body was in the air and his arms and back were in the water. And then when you got here, he pulled himself off the water and dropped down on top of the column of coral that's about 15 feet tall, is where he's standing right now.
And then do each of these little statue things remind us of the frogs elsewhere?
They seem to be of similar make, although these are much more intricate and ornate than the frogs were.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm worried about.
Do I sense like a similar arcane energy from any of them, or psionic energy, like that they are trapped?
That is something that we'll be doing during combat.
Okay.
And this creature and the egg appear to be the only other things in the room.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we recognize the siphoner from our vision? No, right?
You are aware that this was the viewpoint character from your vision.
Oh, it was. Okay. But he's so
Yes.
little.
He is. He's small sized, in point of fact.
Oh, not big as a
No,
Buster?
my damage.
Any other questions?
I noticed he's in initiative order twice.
He is indeed.
Fantastic.
So get a quick description of, now that you guys have asked your question about the room, when he lands, you see he kind of falls into a fighting stance. He doesn't have any weapons and doesn't seem to have any armor that you can see. The only thing that he has around him is you can see there is this small orb that's rotating around his body that seems to arc back and forth from him with this sort of blackish purple energy. Does look like some sort of implement. You're not really sure, but he otherwise he's not naked. He just doesn't seem to be armored or armed.
Didn't someone mention that he had someone whispering in his ear?
Had something, yes.
Yeah. Hey,
Warren, you're up.
Well, I'm a little bit wary about entering the room.
Well, so I was actually going to do that with my speed of thought.
I don't want you to move any closer to it, though,
Oh.
yet.
Okay, I'll just stay here then.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so with my free action, I'm going to change my spear to be lightning damage.
Okay.
And I'm going to curse the Kuatoa.
Okay.
And then I'm going to like hold out my hand a little bit in front of me with the spear and whisper swift vengeance upon the divine. And I'm going to cast my Spear of the Sky Lord. God. Oh no, it might be broken.
Also, I'm going to have to apologize because some of the things that he does are not going to be properly described because I just hit one of the buttons of something that he does, and it sent me a whisper that told me to finish this macro.
Oh wait, no, there we go. It just took a really long time. Okay, so a 23 versus Fortitude.
23 versus 4 hits.
Okay, and the area burst is going to hit the egg as well.
So when the energies kind of splash onto the egg, you can see it sort of like arcs across the surface of the egg, but doesn't seem to damage or affect it.
The egg itself?
Correct.
Okay. So that's going to be 23. No, I'm sorry, 24 and 4 is 28 lightning and necrotic damage.
He does not resist any of that.
And he will be knocked prone.
1 second. So you kind of send this huge column of lightning down onto him. It smashes him into the ground, and you see his body does this weird sort of movement where he hits the ground, but then he just sort of flows off of the ground. But he does actually stay down.
I don't push, pull, or slide him though.
So you proned him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I see it. And then in a flash of
current
lightning,
is there in air?
and then in a flash of lightning, the spear reforms in my hand.
Nice. Did you just ask what current there is in air? Do you want me to answer air currents?
Oh, I'm stupid, Gary. I haven't taken a science class in like a decade. I'm sorry.
Anything else from Warren?
No, that's going to be it.
1 minute, you're up.
All right. So it is a prone. Okay, cool. What is sort of the line of sight situation with this big old egg? Probably blocking this guy, right?
So he's standing above it. He's on one of the pillars above the egg.
Oh, it didn't push him off. Okay. Oh, I see. The 3. Yep. Gotcha. Okay. So I'm gonna do project consciousness. Oh God, help us all. So I'll do it here. I believe that is 10 squares from me. Yeah.
You should be able to move your shadow.
Cool. Thank you. All right. And then I will just do a nice, simple secret of the way on him. And he's prone, so I get +2.
You get -2 if it's a range attack.
Oh, but not if it's a burst attack, right?
Correct. Burst and blast does not matter.
Okay. Then I will just go ahead and would we want nah, okay. Yeah, I'll just dishearten him. For 24 against his will.
Uh, 24 will does connect.
Good.
Most of the psychic damage seems to slide off of him.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anything else?
But that'll be it for now. Thank you.
Drock, you're up.
Yeah, so, one sec. I was just trying to figure out powers and stuff. So, he is... Okay. If I move up, will I still have line of sight to him, Gary?
Depends on where you move, but generally speaking, yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to use Winged Weapon. And I'm going to stop talking to myself and use Winged Weapon. And Whirling Defense. (29 AC).
29 AC definitely connects.
All right.
20 points of damage.
And I'm marking.
1 second.
It's 27 AC hit. Shouldn't it be -2?
Should be -2. Well, it's a melee attack, so no. I think.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well, it says it changed to ranged.
Oh, it changed the range. So yes, it will be 27, but 27 still hits.
Good catch, though. Forgot about that. I'm not used to ranged attacks.
All right. Anything else from Drock?
No.
Phil, you're up.
I'm so afraid to move. This is such a scary room. I want to threaten. It's like threatening the egg weird. What can you describe further what happened when Morin's ability hit the egg? Did it look like it absorbed in?
Didn't absorb. It just looked like it splashed over top of like a protective membrane on top of the egg and didn't seem to damage what was within. Didn't seem to damage the membrane either. It just sort of sloughed off the side.
Yeah. Man, that spot right here is right in front of this, and I don't like that. Man, I'm sorry, Gary. It's a spooky room full of spooky stuff. The coral doesn't give anything cover either.
If you were behind it, you could get cover if it was on the opposite side. Like, for example, here, if you're below, like on the ground level, then you would have cover from him because you're on the other side of that pillar.
Okay. But he's on top, so it doesn't matter. Okay, well,
Yeah.
I guess I'll take a little risky do here. That's why I have healing surges. Smile. And then I'm gonna cast Hand of Radiance, and I'm gonna target the egg as well as the siphoner. Actually, well,
Also, for the record, last encounter was a milestone encounter, so I'll give you guys all an action point. Everyone has an action point for this fight.
oh, but that doesn't. Oh, okay.
It's not a huge deal. Just making sure everyone is aware that last fight was a milestone. So that means that you gained a action point at the end of last fight.
I changed my mind. I'm gonna cast Thunder of Judgment, but at the same targets.
Okay.
And the egg is larger than me.
Only reason he's doing it so he can attack something larger.
-2 to the little man.
I'm trying to think what is the opposite to inferiority complex. Like he's sad
It is
he's
an
not
inferiority
the
complex.
Yeah, but you want to
Yeah.
be the smallest.
Yeah, it's
So-
just inferiority complex in the opposite direction. So no, that's not. I almost did it. I almost gave myself the bonus. 30. That's so sad. 30 versus the egg, and 16 versus the man. Versus Fort.
So that is a hit on the egg. The bolt strikes into the egg and just sinks into that membrane, seemingly dispersed. The siphoner, however, does not get hit with the 16 versus 4.
I don't want him to take a turn. That's like, uh,
Anything else, though?
I'm thinking. I think I'm gonna Rain of Blood. I'm an action point in Rain of Blood. And I'm just gonna center it on him. I guess it doesn't really matter. Ba-ba-ba. 20 versus Fortitude.
I believe 20 is it. It is.
Good.
So 13 damage.
13 damage. Vulnerable to 5. Vulnerable 5 to all. Till the end of my next turn.
Anything else from Phil?
Blow him up. No, that's okay.
So lying on his back, you hear this strange sort of rasping giggle. The siphoner curls one of his webbed hands above him, and you see that orb pause in its rotation around him. He says, "Cash!" And the orb switches from being just a perfect sphere to having like a roughly spherical shape mess of intertwining prisms that are sort of all folding in on each other. When it does this, it then starts to its body begins to glow and it teleports.
Mm-hmm. It being the siphoner?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I expected. What's the aura do, Gary? Fun.
All right, one second. Okay, so he's going to have to teleport to so he'll teleport here.
Why does he make that distinction?
because he's going to make an attack and he has to be melee.
Oh, okay.
I will use Lightning Rush.
Even if it doesn't hit.
You have to do it before you know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I try not, because Gary sometimes goes fast. I try not to read it.
Go ahead, move.
Yeah, I was clicking buttons. 21
I
to
just
hit.
need you to move to where you're going, though.
Oh.
Uh, 21 does hit.
Nice, for 26 damage.
Whew, 14. That macro break, or he just rolled terrible? He rolled terrible. 14.
If it hits,
Nice.
it shifts 4 squares and then makes a melee basic attack react.
Oof.
And that is his melee basic, or no?
That was
Oh, so
his.
the one per round. I see. Nice little 31 damage.
Does the teleport
I
remove
can't-
being prone?
Damage.
It does. As
Son
a
of
general
bitch.
rule.
Son of a bitch.
Let's see. I think he's going to action point and yeah, I think he's going to action point and then use the weapon. So he's going to action point. He's going to kind of curl his other hand, the one that he didn't use to command the orb the first time. The orb, which forms back into being a sphere, strikes down again. This time on Phil. Actually, no, he's marked by Drock, so he'll strike Drock. So +2 -2. So 25 versus your AC. Drock.
Sorry, just checking. Miss.
Nice.
Black ball and sinew chain.
So he's going to, as his final action, he's going to draw some of the water from the ceiling from the ritual to swirl around himself and create an area of swirling currents.
Oh, that's whack.
So there's this vortex, a smaller vortex of water that's around him right now. Griffle, you're up.
Oh, non-adjacent. Is this what you were talking about in terms of the thing, Gary?
Every time I plan my turn out nicely, you do something like immediately before my turn that completely fucks over what I was gonna do.
Of course.
All right.
The boon? I don't know what you're asking.
You were saying that the boon won't activate this time from a
Well,
ranged
because
attack.
the moon specifically activates on melee critical hits.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And we know
All
how
right.
Drock rolls. Yuck, 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 yuck.
I only got like 3
I-
ones.
I am going to quarry him, and then I'm going to go from, I think I can do this. So if I go from here to here to here, that's 1, 2, 3, and then to here, so I don't provoke the op.
Sounds good.
Cool. And then I'm going to chuck Divine Castigation on him. Boom. Where is it? Oh god, I have so many macros. This is not good. There we go. Oh
good.
no.
Like,
Oh well. The effect
Oh.
still happens.
that's the important thing.
You'll have to remember that effect for me. So does 12 damage, looks like?
It doesn't. It's 12 to hit, my dude. It's not.
You missed. It does have damage on a miss. My dude.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So quarry damage is 3. So 20.
You don't get quarry if you miss. You have to hit for quarry.
Okay. So 28 halved. So
Okay. So 28 halves, so does Nate. Brain. 14.
9, 14, yeah.
Did you add the 5 from Rain of Blood?
No.
Did you subtract the 5 from Swirling Currents?
No, that's
She's in melee.
defenses.
Oh. Right.
But she's adjacent, so it doesn't get the benefit of swirling currents.
Right.
So, Morin, it's your time to run into melee range, provoke an
yeah.
opportunity of attack so that
Wait, why would I provoke
Foxy
an
can get
opportunity
it.
attack?
Are you talking about the effect of the divine?
I
yeah,
get,
use a ranged
saying
ability in melee so Foxy can.
All right.
Anything else that Griffin wants to do?
So it's just whenever the target attacks me or any of my allies, so it doesn't matter who he attacks, I'm gonna be able to bop him every turn. Yeah, I'll hang on to my action point for now.
Although something tells me that all 5 of us standing in melee range is not smart.
What's telling you this? Are you hearing this in your head?
Just
Yeah, he's going to start attacks. So he'll just start with his skirmish. It's going to be on Drock to start off with.
trigger.
That misses.
I know it. Actually, I'll hold off on the OA and see what because he's got multi attacks, right?
He does. He is going to action point.
But
And
Griffle, what's the
So-
point of holding off? Like, you
So
only
really
got one?
So because I have so many interrupts and I've only got one. Wait, can I do an interrupt and an opportunity attack?
yes,
An opportunity attack counts as a reaction, right?
no. Opportunity attacks and immediates are different things. You can OA
Oh.
once per turn, and you can immediate once per round.
Okay, fuck yeah. All right, we're gonna do it.
Nice.
So he's quarried, so 20 damage.
Nice.
Is that +5 from Rain of Blood, or does that count?
+5. It does.
Did you put the +5 in?
No.
Okay, so 25.
And who gets that +3 bonus?
You.
Thank you.
It will always be you.
It will always be you.
I need it, but I'm rolling ones, so it's not actually beneficial.
This is a macro that I didn't finish, so it's going to be around him. It's going to be Griffle, then Drock, then Filibuster. This is against Reflex, so 30 Reflex against Griffle, 21 Reflex against Drock, and 23 against Filibuster. So he takes that swirling water around him, and then he has it strike out as sort of fists made of these big pieces of water from the swirling vortex he's standing in, and smashes it into the 3 of you guys.
Oh,
21 points of cold
good God. This is a. Hang on. This is a. 1 second. Did it hit? Did it hit either of you two?
Yeah, it hit me.
Yes.
It hit you both. Okay. Can I Mighty Hue on this one?
You can.
Cool. Do I have to choose the ally that it does? Like, I'm not because it's a multi-attack. I'm not certain. Like,
Yeah, you pick which ally you're healing for.
okay, right.
You didn't hit those.
So I guess, yeah, Drock half damage on that one.
So does the 19 include everything? So you're
Yes. I think that's a miss though, huh? Because that's a
yes, unfortunately.
that's a big sad. That's very sad. Oh well.
So no half damage, correct?
No half damage, no.
So
Because
21
it's
points of
only
gold.
on a hit.
And then as the sort of thing spirals around, he twirls around, striking out with his fist in every direction. And then he's going to gesture with that same hand he's been commanding the orb with. And then he's going to give you this really big sort of broken sharp tooth grin as he thrusts that hand towards Griffle, and the orb flies at you and then through your body and out the other side.
I
Does
hate
that
this guy.
provoke any OAs from anyone?
I wouldn't think so.
Free action.
So
It's a melee.
I rolled horribly. So
Is it healing surge, creature's killing presence? Oh my
Oh,
god.
what the fuck?
he ends his turn. Morin, you're up.
So he still has the defenses.
Correct.
Yep, +5. Okay. And okay. So can I minor action to swap out my Spear of the Skylord with my Staff of Ruin?
You have two hands.
I can wield both of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'm going to move 1, 2, 3, 4 here, and I'm going to use. Let's see.
I was definitely joking about moving into melee range, but I'm scared.
I'm going to hit him with Hand of Blight. Yeah, Hand of Blight. I will be using my Staff of Ruin to channel the spell rather than my Spear, though. So I need a -1 to attack, but a +1, +6 to damage. As well. Might as well use that. Does a 27 versus Fortitude hit?
27 for it definitely connects.
Okay, so it does 36 necrotic and psychic damage. Plus another 6, so 42 necrotic and psychic damage.
He definitely takes quite a bit of damage, but he clearly resists some of it.
Yep. Oh, actually, hold on a second. Hold on, I need to look up the wording of something real fast.
So with
He's
the
gonna
5
be
extra
able to do that.
damage.
That is with the 5 extra damage. Oh, my Warlock curse damage is going to be acid damage, actually.
Cool.
So, does he have a resistance to acid?
He does not.
Okay, so 42 necrotic, psychic, and acid damage.
Okay. He takes it. How?
I would suggest action pointing.
Yep.
So as that strike hits into him, you see he pulls that orb closer to him, and this black and purple sheen covers his entire body as he activates his shadow evasion. You can see the power. He's actually not going to move. He's pretty happy with where he is standing.
What does insubstantial mean mechanically?
Insubstantial means he takes half damage from all attacks that are not force.
Okay.
Any force damage?
Okay. Then All right, so then I'm going to action point. Go. And I will use upsetting onslaught.
Okay.
So here, I'm still using the Staff of Ruin. No, actually, I'm going to use the Spear of the Skylord.
So does that mean you provoke?
Yes, I will provoke an attack of opportunity.
He'll take it. He'll miss. Griffle, will you want to punch him?
Oh, yep, I'm on it.
So 34 will hit for
16 damage.
7 plus 5.
so Corey's once
Oh.
a round. So you've already, I think you've already used that.
Oh.
No, you didn't because you missed.
Mhm.
So 16, 21, 21 halved is 10.
Okay. Does a 30 versus will hit?
Ability.
It does indeed.
Okay, so that'll be. Oh, it doesn't say what kind of damage in that macro. I need to get that fixed.
I got you. Upsetting onslaught is charisma modifier damage.
Oh, so it's just true damage. It's just damage.
Type.
You try to damage.
Untyped damage with lightning. On my spear. And that includes the 5 extra damage.
Yeah, so it takes 28 damage. 26 damage, sorry. Numbers. Anything else?
That is going to be it for.
Is the wording of the effect exactly as it says in the compendium? They can negate this damage, negate being dazed by free action to deal itself 11 damage.
The target can negate being dazed by using a free action to deal, 11 damage.
So it'll take an additional 5. It'll ping the vulnerability twice, is why.
It'll ping the vulnerability twice.
Yes. So he's vulnerable all right now, so you get 5 extra damage from everything. A lot of effects, the way that they work that are worded like upsetting onslaught, is deals extra damage, and extra damage doesn't trigger things like damage on attack or vulnerability or things like that. It's just by itself. But since it is its own damage roll, it does its own kind of separate thing. It will get the benefit of the 5 extra damage.
So it's 11 plus 5 is 16?
Yep.
Yeah. So he takes 20 and then he takes 16. So he takes 36 total.
Oh, okay. All right.
He's bloodied.
Isn't he insubstantial, so he takes half?
Yeah, I already halved all the things.
Okay, yeah.
Actually, I can't math. He is not bloodied. He is tiny amount.
Almost.
He also is granting combat advantage.
All right, where's my flag? Flag. Done. Anything else?
Not from me.
All right. One of many, you're up.
Okay. So if I am not adjacent to him, he gets a +5 bonus to defenses, but then he's granting combat advantage, so he gets +3, right?
Correct.
If I put my shaped consciousness next to him and I'm casting from that, does that count as being adjacent?
Correct.
Okay, so I will put it there and be adjacent to him. But then I'm casting through my or I have my whatever my thing is that makes it so that I do not provoke when I cast a ranged spell. Does that, and that also applies to the conjuration?
Correct.
Okay. So, and then I was going to use Dimensional Scramble. And that is untyped damage, so he will take half damage from that.
Okay.
Okay. So, Dimensional Scramble, Augment 2. I am not adding the combat modifier.
Unfortunately, 14 versus Fortitude is not going to get the job done.
Okay. So I will refund my power points with my orb power thing. I will action point, and I will just try that again.
Is Drock doing something here?
I think Drock's meaning to talk to himself.
I am on talk to myself. It,
You are.
No, you're not.
it said I was. Oh, my bad. It's glitching. Ignore me.
Worries.
Stop rolling. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, all my good rolls.
It's glitching
Yeah.
because you're hitting.
You're wasting good ones. Okay, so here, try that one more time.
An 18 versus Fortitude does also not hit, unfortunately.
But it's 20, right? Because of combat advantage.
I was going to ask if you included it. So 20 versus Fortitude will connect.
Ooh, okay.
14 points?
Yeah,
7? No, 19.
19
Nine?
and a half. Yeah.
He's not
And I shall move him. Any preferences, anybody?
Do we have to move him?
Well, we want to move him so he's not granting his plus 5 or whatever.
Right. Just one square down then, maybe?
Wait, what was the burst?
What do you
The
mean?
bird can be kind of anywhere. Doesn't matter. It could be
Well, you
Yeah.
could move him out of
here, but there.
You could
I
move
could-
him so that none of us are in his aura, and when we start our turn, we won't take the damage.
That's true. Would you guys like that? Or would you prefer for him to be close to...
No, I think that's okay.
Okay. Then yeah, we could move him like here. Right? And then nobody's in it.
That the goal?
Yeah.
Looks good to me.
All right. I think that is all I've got.
All right. So he loses his swirling currents, and Drock, it is your turn.
Ooh. Is it because he moved? He loses the swirling current.
Yes, he's been moved out of the square. So that's what she was trying to do, is get him out of the square.
Cool.
I don't think there's actually a ton I can do, so I'm just going to run back up and hit him. He still has combat advantage, right?
Correct.
So that's +2 from that and +5 from Griffle. Uh, 37 to hit.
37 definitely does connect. I don't
No.
see you talking to yourself again. So
Oh, why do I have that wrong every time? Okay, well, let's just try that again and hope for another good roll.
Oh no.
34.
Oh yes. Let's go.
34.
nothing I can do can replicate the type of tension in the room when he says, I was talking to myself, let's see if I can roll again. All right. So that's 9 points of damage. No. 20. Does that have the bonus in it? +5?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. So that's 24 damage, so 12.
Right, he's doing half. Okay, I'll just leave it at that for now.
So as a reminder, this is what it does, and this is when it ends. So it's the end of Morin's turn.
Okay, I'm good. I'm not going to action point. I'm not going to deal a lot of damage anyway, so I'll leave it.
Yeah.
Phil, you're
That's
up.
a very unfortunate ability he has there. I am not going to attack. Instead, I'm going to summon my
So-
archangel or angel. Say what? Go ahead.
Does this shadow evasion trigger every turn?
No, it's just one round. It just lasts until the end of your turn.
Because I hit him at the start of combat with a
Uh-huh.
ranged attack.
He didn't use it then, though.
Okay. All right.
He chose to use it once he was engaged with everybody.
I see.
To summon my guardian angel in that square.
Do you have a token for this? Do we?
Nope. We've never made one.
I feel certain that we made one at some point, but
It's using me works.
so you should be able to control it as well and put it wherever you'd like to be.
Okay, there we go. And then I will minor action healing word. Griffle.
You know, maybe you can kind of train a bit under Griffle as far as this healing word thing is concerned.
Yeah, literally. I'm gonna move here.
One second, hang on.
And I'm going to.
Be right back, guys.
I hope that 5 hit points helps you. Also, you get a +2 power bonus to damage. Damage. Or attacks.
Sorry, go ahead. Wife had a question.
I was telling Griffle the +2. Also, the Rain of Blood vulnerability ends. Unfortunately.
All right. And it is his turn now, I believe. He's eventually going to get to start this chain. So let's start off with skirmish. He does not have any penalties attack rolls anymore, and he does have a +2 bonus to Drock. Drock is bloodied. He rolls a natural 1, so that is a failure in his start. I think he's going to switch form. So he has that orb, which is sort of has been rotating around him. It has that strange sort of like a sphere, but it's got geometric patterns kind of folding out of it. He gestures to it and says, "Healed," and then he teleports away to here, and then
Oh, that's fun. Kind of like the dude in Zul'Amat.
So when he teleports away, when he appears, you see that orb turn into a ring rather than being an orb, and he is going to activate a dimensional rift. So the thing in front of you guys, the thing that's an X, is not actually there. It's not a projection like ones or like the angel or anything like that. It is this effect. So he is effectively in that square, the one that is marked as the X, and he is considered for his powers to be adjacent to everyone who is adjacent to that square. So that's where he is for all of his abilities.
But to hit him, we have to hit him where he actually is.
Correct.
And his aura persists through his square.
His aura goes through the squares. He is threatening those squares. So if you move, he or cast spells, it can provoke attacks of opportunity. That sort of. Okay. And that is his move and his standard and a minor. So he's done. Griffle, you're up.
Roll20 just did a weird thing. I just refreshed the page and it went to a different game. So
The back end, if you have multiple copies of Roll20 open, it only recognizes like the one you loaded into last. So if you refresh the page, it will stick you in a different game.
Because my bars don't update, so I keep having to refresh to like see active changes.
Are you playing in another campaign right now?
I had my other game open because I was like doing macros for people and stuff. Like, it's chill. All right, so I'm gonna use Invigorating Stride to get the fuck out of Dodge. I got a thing. So I get to Shift 5. I don't have a surge to spend to use my second wind, but I can still get the bonuses. So D, defense bonus. Which one is it? Defense bonus 2.
What's the good tower?
I'm going to shift up to here. I think.
Did you
That
take
should
5?
put me in.
turn?
No, I didn't. Sorry. Give me a second. I can't read. Yeah, so I should still be in range of everyone. Okay, yep. So I will take the 5 damage. Next thing I want to do is I want to activate my Talk of Justice daily ability. It's a free action. Oh, no, sorry, it's a minor action. Bloodied allies within 5 of me gain 10 HP. So anybody who's bloodied, heal up 10. You're all in range. I made sure.
Is bloodied? Is
Um,
it exactly half?
It is exactly. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am
He's on the
bloodied.
And then for my final action, Griffel's going to take a look around at our dire situation, at our lack of surges, and our stupid large amounts of damage. And I'm going to use an ability that I haven't used before, but which is super fucking cool. Griffel's going to take my axe. So, like, I'm going to drop one of my axes. I'm going to take my other axe. This is thematic, by the way. I'm going to take my other axe and I'm going to run it along my palm, like, and use Stream of Life.
Nice.
So 5 ongoing damage that cannot be reduced in any way. And at the end of my turn, I can choose to not make a saving throw, which I will be doing. And whenever I don't do that, an ally within 5 gains 15 HP. So, Drock, this is going to go on you.
Not quite. So whenever you take the damage, someone else gains the health.
Yes.
So at the start of your
It's
next
the-
turn, it'll trigger.
Oh, it's just, no, hang on. It's at the end of your turn, you choose not to take a saving throw against the ongoing damage. Because I take the damage at the start. Yep, sorry. Yep. With you.
That's really cool, though.
Yeah, so Griffel, like, cuts my palm, clenches my fist, and is just like, by my blood be renewed.
Can you
Fucking
imagine
blood
going,
cleric?
yeah, like going to a fight with 2 people with that ability? Just
Pretty good.
constant healing.
It is a daily, but it is very good. I believe it is my turn. So the angel is a normal conjuration, right? Not an attackable conjuration.
Yeah, you can't hit it.
And the conjuration from 1, is that it can only be attacked by melee and ranged attacks, or it can be attacked by all things?
That is an excellent question that I do not know the answer to. Let's see. So it just says your fragment can be attacked.
Okay, so I can't attack the They're all the attackable conjurations are slightly different rules, so just need to double check. So I've got so he's going to do the same swirling, punching ice thing. So he's going to summon the swirling wall of water around himself. To use this, swirling currents. And then once he's got his currents up, he is going to do the burst from where he is. So it's going to be Morin, 1, and Drock are my 3 targets. Oh, that's just not working at all. Cool. So those are the 3 targets. Dissolve versus Reflex.
That's a miss on me.
That will hit me.
So 18 cold to everyone except for Morin.
Wait,
What?
what?
So if you get hit, so I was not looking at the attack roll. I just noticed there was a crit in there. So it's 18 damage to people on a hit, and then the crit is maxed. So that's 16, is 28 points of cold damage.
To Morin.
But it missed us. There's no damage on a miss, or is there?
There's no damage on a miss.
Oh.
And one, just because I'm
20
curious, would your conjuration take the damage, or would you?
The
28 damage?
concentration take a damage.
Concentration. It would just disappear. If it takes any damage, it disappears. Is it going to take damage from the 5 necrotic from the aura?
No, it's not a creature.
Oh, okay.
So 28 to cold to Morin, and then you see through the gateway the orb flies through and then flies through Morin's body. Whew. Luckily, he's rolling absolute garbage with his attack. All right, so it's move standard. He does not want to swap up his other actions. Yeah, so he's good. Morin, you're up.
So he's considered adjacent.
He is adjacent to you. You are not adjacent. Like, you can't attack him through his portal.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to move, which I believe will cause an attack of opportunity.
It will be. Well, indeed.
6.
20 AC.
That'll miss.
Excellent.
And then, I'm going to, let's see. Oh, I need to take 5 necrotic.
Okay.
And I'm gonna cast Pain to Pleasure. And I am the closest to him. Does he have any? He still has the vulnerability.
Does not have vulnerability. He is still insubstantial to the end of your turn.
Right. Okay. Is grant combat should be advantage still.
Yep.
So
Nice.
29 and 24 versus reflex. Do either of those hit?
I believe both of those hit. Let me double check. They do
Perfect.
indeed.
So that'll be 27 fire damage and another 4 psychic damage for 31. And I will read 3 hits.
So 15 points of damage.
Oh, and I'm bloodied.
One a minute, you're up.
Okay. So when he cast his vortex thing, he was casting around his actual location, right?
Correct. Although
Okay.
his portal doesn't, like, you can't attack it or really interact with it. It's just there as a marker.
But like if I wanted to move him, I'd have to move his actual body
Correct.
to get rid of that. Okay. All right.
His psionic gate does not do anything you can interact with.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to move my consciousness to here. Oh, wait, no, I can only move my move speed, right?
I believe so.
Let's see. Am I able to move on top of the egg? No.
The
Or
shape
on top of the
consciousness
coral?
float. So shape consciousness does not have to be on a ground, so you can move it in 3 dimensions if you want.
What? That's crazy. Okay, so can I move it anywhere to where I can actually reach him? I guess so.
I mean, depends on what your range is, but if your range is 10, you can pretty easily get it to somewhere you can reach him.
Okay, so I'll move it, yeah, like here.
Okay, so it's gonna be 3 squares up there.
Okay, and then, yeah, then I can reach him. Okay. So his little portal thing that he opened, is that dependent on where he is? Like if I move him, will that change that? Or
You're not sure how that works. You could
uh-huh.
try to make a check of some kind to figure it out. It's obviously a power that he's holding on to.
Hmm. Yeah, okay, so would I use Arcana, I guess, to see if I can understand this power that he's using?
Yes, so there's 1 of 2 ways you can do it. You can either do a knowledge check, which is just a, hey, have I seen this thing before? Do I know anything about it? And that is going to, like, just like a monster knowledge check, something like that. That doesn't take any type of action. You can also do an
Okay.
investigative knowledge check. So you basically study it to figure out what it is. And then you can take any amount of your turn, minor, move, or standard, to try to figure out that effect, which is you make a check, and then depending on what action you take, it'll make the DC lower. So if you make a minor action, it's going to be a harder DC than if you use a standard action.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I would use a minor action to do an Arcana check to understand this thing.
So with the Arcana that you just made, where you sort of send your conjuration between the effect and between what's causing it, you can see that that orb is creating the effect and that it's being constantly like pulled and pushed away from the siphoner. That the way that the siphoner is using the orb, he's not wielding it like a normal implement. It seems to be like he's just sort of rocketing around him and he is commanding it, but it's at a very loose form of command. It looks like if he stopped actively thinking about the orb, like stopped paying attention to it, that it would just float away from him. Like it doesn't look like it's closely bound to him. And he's having to focus on holding the orb doing a thing. And you think that this effect would take a minor action to sustain. So as long as he has a minor action to sustain the psionic gate, he can sustain it forever.
Okay.
But the Arcana check of 34 would also get you, actually, let me double check to make sure. I'm pretty sure that's what you need. It is. So hard plus 10 means that you can also tell that his control over the orb is pretty bad. Like he's not very good at using this thing, or maybe he doesn't care enough to use it correctly. You're not sure. But magically speaking, he's not really using it properly. And there's a lot of sort of wasted motion and energy coming from this.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna try to move him again because that seemed valuable. So I will cast Dimensional Scramble.
Also, to answer your other question, if you move him, will it change? The ability that he used has a range of 20. So if you moved him further than 20 squares away from the gate, it would break it. But there's not really anywhere you can move him in this room. It gets him 20 squares away. So technically, the answer is yes. You can break it by getting him too far away. But practically, there's nowhere to move him in the room that actually breaks it.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay. But moving him does stop his vortex thing, so I will do that.
Correct.
I will attempt to do that. Okay. And he's going to be the only thing in the burst, so I do not need to augment it. And I'm not modding because confusing. But he is granting combat advantage still, or no?
Not anymore. When Morin's turn ended, he's no longer granted combat advantage. He does have the +5 to defenses, but 29, I believe, is enough to overtake his defenses regardless.
Cool.
And he doesn't have the insubstantial, right?
And he's not insubstantial.
Oh, I thought he was. Okay.
No,
Well.
he had ended at the end of Morin's turn.
Ah,
So
okay.
11 points of damage is what it would do. He is going to attempt to react to that. So as you send your waves of psionic power towards him and try to rip apart the dimension around him, you see him take the orb and push it in the way. And you see this sort of swirling, churning motion as that ring, because it's now currently a ring, starts to spin like it's spinning towards you, like a great turbine starting up. And when it does, you feel your energy and magic being pulled towards the orb and towards the creature. So he is going to attempt to siphon your vitality.
Rude.
She needs that.
Should not say MBA, but he continues to roll like a chump.
I mean,
All right. So I'll move him here, please.
All right, so moving him there.
And that is my turn.
No longer has his defenses, and he does take his 11. Okay. Drock, you're up.
If I move and then charge, can I still use an action point to do another action, or does the charge end my turn regardless?
You can still action point at the end of a charge. Also, please take 5 damage from starting your turn in the aura, but then carry on.
That was my next question. Does that thing go away or not? So obviously not.
Nope.
Thank
Just
you.
note, if you move more than 5 away from me, I can't drop the heal on you.
I know, and I want the heal, but I want to hit him more.
You can give it to me. Smile.
For me.
All right, so I'm gonna move. I'm gonna charge. So are there any attack bonuses on him right now? Then
I don't think so. I don't think he has anything on him. He's quarried and marked and bloody, but other than that.
Oh, okay. Well, then I do get some damage stuff, but that doesn't help with my rolls. 28 to hit for 18 damage.
That definitely connects.
Oh, actually 29. I forgot the one for... No, the one for charge should be built in, so never mind. 28.
Yep, 18.
Cool, and then I will action point and use... So I always forget which one. 2 seconds. Because he's still marked by me, I believe, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll use Spectral Legion. 27 for 17 damage. And then if anyone gets adjacent, they will have combat advantage.
All right, that is also a hit for 17.
And that's all for me.
Phil, you're up.
Minor action, sustain this angel, and I'm gonna move it here.
bless you.
Actually, wait. I'm gonna move it here. And then I'm going to step here. Is that okay, Morin?
Yeah.
That spear's
Okay.
so pissed right now.
And then I'm gonna cast Fires of Judgment centered on Drock. And Drock, you're bloodied, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. If I knew how to spell, this would be amazing. 19 versus reflex.
19 reflex, I don't believe connects. Let me double check. 19 reflex does connect.
Let's go. 24 damage. Fire damage.
Ouch.
And that is my turn. Unless I'm allowed to use another action point, but this would be the normal one, so probably not, right?
Yeah, if these are normal action points, you would not be able to spend 2 in the same encounter. All right, its turn. It puts its hand forward and puts its arm through the ring of the orb, and you see it sort of rattling and sort of smacking against his arm, like it's like he's moving his arm very rapidly, but it's just the ring that's kind of bashing against the side of his forearm. And he goes Drefa, and then teleports through Drock, coming out of his gate. He's going to move to here. And then he's going to use
Does that
power.
provoke anything away? Is nothing?
Nope. It is unfortunately a teleport. So he's going to do Drefa on Morin.
Jesus. If this hits.
So 22 AC on Morin.
Just hits.
Okay. So 8 points of necrotic damage, minus 2 to penalty attack.
Are you adding in +2 from my guardian angel?
Oh, no, I wasn't. It misses.
Nice.
Oh, actually, and it should be +4 because I'm concealed.
I included
Partially
the concealment already on my side.
Okay. So I get a +2 from my curse and a +2 from the angel, so it still misses.
Nice. So he's going to second action point and do it again. So I'll just do the -2 on my. No, you have your stuff on your end. So 33.
That'll hit.
So 15 points of necrotic damage.
Is that counted? So real quick, every time it attacks, the siphoner takes damage.
If he repeats the attack, he takes damage. He did not repeat
Wait.
it.
Does this angel mean I should be taking damage? Or is it just bonus to AC?
It's bonus AC. If I choose to reduce the damage by half, the angel will go away. So I'm holding it for a second.
Okay.
So you take 15 points, and then he is going to violation through you for 23 versus fortitude.
This is fortitude. Don't have. Yeah, that hits.
Okay. He's going to take the damage to repeat the attack.
Repeat the unspeakable violation?
No, the melee basic.
Oh, got it.
27 AC.
That hits.
Gary, I thought that.
Will that kill you, Morin, or knock you out?
Let's see. So target loses a healing surge, take 10 damage. No, the attack won't kill me, but the yes, it will. It'll knock me unconscious.
That repeat though, Gary, I thought was only the next attack, and the next attack missed.
Correct. And he used it again.
The action
He
point.
used the Drepesh again. He action pointed so he could use the power of the orb again.
Got it.
Morin, do you think you'd like to take half here, or do you want to? Well, I guess you're going down either way.
I
What
will
do
go
you
down
think?
either way. Yeah. Because the aura is going.
Oh,
to...
because of the aura. Okay, so I'll
Yeah.
keep it up then.
Okay.
All right. He's going to take 15 and swing again.
At Morin?
Yep. 23 AC.
Misses.
So you have the concealment, no, and the other bonuses. Yeah, so it'll miss. Sweet. So he can't use it again. That's it for him. Action point, move minor, free minor. That's it for him. He's done.
Do you have any healing surges left, Morin?
He does not anymore.
Took a healing surge.
Violation
healing
of the healing surge.
Hold on. How many healing surges did you take from me, though?
Just one.
Okay, because I took one from myself and you took one from me.
Oh, I didn't take any from you. I didn't touch your token.
Okay. For some reason, it says I only have one healing surge, but I had 3 going into this combat.
You had one
I
going
haven't
into
used
combat.
You had one
No, you
going
didn't.
in.
Oh, that's right.
So you have 0.
Because you guys took them from me.
Yeah.
All right, Griffle, you're up.
It's not good.
Alrighty. So the only person who is currently in range of my pop is 1, so heal 15.
Thank you.
Wait, it's 5 yards?
Philly is.
5 squares?
It is.
Yes.
Oh yeah, go for Philly for sure.
And like Oh, yes, it is 5. Yeah. Okay, yeah, take 15 health. Yeah, I deliberately moved myself so that I was like 5 away from everybody, so that I could, you could get.
I deliberately moved myself to be 5 away from you so you could heal.
Yeah. And then everybody. Well, not everybody, but most of you moved away, and I'm like, I'm gonna. This is basically what I'm going to be doing for the rest of the encounter, guys. So if you want the healing, be near me. I am gonna go to here, and I'm gonna total defense, and then I'm gonna.
You're not going to
Yeah,
attack?
with what?
I don't know.
We can't get there.
My job right now is to lose health and then heal, and the more health I preserve, the more I can lose to drop it on healing. So
Yeah.
if Morin doesn't die in the next round, I can get you back up. As long as you don't move away from me again.
I think I'll be
awesome.
able to keep myself from.
From all the stuff with Morin, I forgot to do something. So Griffle, this may change your choices. So let me do this real quick and show the ability that activated, because I was too paying attention to trying to resolve his turn. So he activates the second aura when he reduces Morin to 0, which is this one.
Oh,
Oop,
fuck.
that's
So I was here.
What was the heal, by the way?
It was 15.
So I get 7.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's not gonna. Oh, geez. What?
Keep
Oh,
in mind-
because it counts. Oh.
yeah,
Does it stack?
doesn't stack. No.
Yeah, I mean, I'll still do this because I can't get him out of the aura, and I don't want you to die. So, yeah, I'm just gonna move total defense and not make my saving throw.
Okay. Did you take the damage at the start of your turn, I assume?
She wasn't in the order.
Yes, I did.
Oh,
No,
the
but-
other.
No.
sorry. Yeah,
Yourself.
that's my bad.
Just mark yourself as bloodied. The Psychosis Summoner is going to coup de grace as well. He's going to first use his defensive. So he's going to use Swirling Currents, and then he is going to use his burst. So it's going to be a coup de grace action on Morin, and then an attack on Filibuster.
Oh, this creature is really coup de grace.
So hang on, let me.
If I grant Morin temp HP, will he come back or no?
He might not die. All right, so first attack against Morin, second attack against Phil.
That'll hit.
So 21 points of damage. And the coup de grace is 28. What's your bloody value, Maureen?
My bloody value is 29.
29. Okay.
But wouldn't he be not necessarily oh, it has to be if he's hit for more than half. It's that kind of idea.
No, when he gets to negative bloodied, he dies. So if he loses another hit point, he dies.
Well, that's at the start of his turn.
That is an accurate statement. Does the 16 reflex hit you, Phil? I assume not.
No, it does not.
Cool. Well, he doesn't really have a reason to do violation because his aura is already bigger. Oh, he has to take his minor action. So minor action sustains the portal effect, and he already moved. So, and he doesn't have any action points. So that's it for him. Warren, you begin your turn.
Okay, so I take negative 10.
Yep.
And die.
Correct.
Yep.
1, you're up.
All right. So I will I guess I'm gonna do Force Grasp. I'll augment 2, and I'm gonna try hitting the Siphoner and also the egg.
Okay. So 19 fortitude on the Siphoner, correct?
Yeah.
That unfortunately does not hit. And the 32 does hit the egg. Doesn't seem to really do anything, but it does hit it.
Okay.
Anything else from 1?
Yeah, I will shift 1 square to the left. And that's it.
Drock, you're up.
Yeah, I'm gonna do what I think I've been doing all battle and run forward and then charge.
I just imagine Drock, get back here.
He's just like running around.
This is getting ridiculous. Are there any attack bonuses on him right now?
Nope. +1 from charging.
Which I think is built in, but I'll double check. 23 for 20.
Hit, and he's going to evasion.
Sigh. Alright, well, that's all for me.
Yeah, he's not going to move. Phil,
I feel
take 10 damage.
cocky to me. Very rude of you. He must die.
I mean,
By
he's
the
killed
way, is
one of
he
us.
an aberrant creature, Gary? Is he glowing?
He is not glowing. He is not an aberrant creature. I don't think.
What about the little ball?
The ball glows brightly. But
Is the ball something I could target?
1 second, hang on. The ball is not a creature, so if you have something. Let me double check, make sure he's not aberrant. Because I'm pretty sure he's not. He's not. Okay. Sorry. So he's not aberrant. The ball does give an aura kind of like something aberrant, but not completely. If something can be partially aberrant, that's what it looks like.
Weird.
Like corrupted.
You do think that, as 1 learned earlier, the connection between the creature and the orb seems to be pretty poor. So you might be able to separate it from it, or you might be able to just try to kill him.
What do you mean separate him from it?
I mean, the words you used.
Like, what are the mechanics for are there actions you can take to try to like disarm?
there's not normally actions you can take to disarm. This orb seems to be connected to him with some sort of energy. You think if you could disrupt the energy around the creature that's connecting him to the orb, you might be able to disconnect him from it. That would be something like defaults would be Arcana, Nature, or Religion checks. Or you could justify something else to try to sever this sort of loose connection that it has with this orb.
Yeah, we've done so much damage to him. Well, he's got to be almost dead. How's he looking physically?
He is completely. He has this sort of weird, joyful demeanor to him. So he has this big grin. Several of his teeth are broken. He's got cuts and marks and stuff all over his body. Like, he looks beat to all hell, but he doesn't look necessarily bothered by it.
Yeah.
It makes it a little harder to determine exactly how injured he is, because normally people, when they're very injured, aren't also very happy.
Yeah. Okay. Sacred Flame. In his face. He can hit me if he wants. Oh, that sounds so bad.
He is going to do so. Are you going to Lightning Rush, Rock?
Yes.
$20 versus Reflex. I'm almost positive connects. No, 20 can't be Reflex. That's something different.
My reflex is 19.
Sorry. That's Filibuster's Sacred Flame. Sorry. So the Sacred Flame will connect. The 22 AC will also connect. So that's for 7 Radiant and 13 Physical.
Yep.
So a total of 20 points of damage.
Wait, is he shifting again? Oh.
It's not shifting. He's just striking.
The Shadow Evasion? Sorry, I used the...
He used the evasion previously. He has it on him right now.
Okay.
He is evading until the end of Drock's turn.
Got it.
He's insubstantial. So he's going to... So he gets hit twice, and he is going to... Well, he gets hit once. He's going to make the attack, and then see what happens. So this is against Phil. Phil's not bloodied.
Wouldn't it
No,
be...
it's against Morin. Or sorry, against Drock. Sorry.
Yeah.
Against Drock. Drock is bloodied, so he does get the benefit from attacking a bloody target. Benefit from bloody target. Yes. 23 AC is going to miss, I assume.
Correct.
All right, and then he gets hit with Sacred Flame and takes damage.
And I will give Drock 4 temp.
Anything else from Phil?
No. I don't know why he's getting... Am I stupid? Sacred Flame. Oh.
Yeah. I think I know what he's going to do. So he's going to shift to here. Do you have anything that punishes for shifts, Drock?
No. I don't think so.
Sure.
Oh,
So
I can follow him, I guess. I thought. No. What was that from?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have a thing that lets you follow him.
Yeah, but what?
At least some distance.
What is it?
A lured step, I think. So he's going to shift, look towards Griffle, and then he says, Drepa. And you see that thing sheath his arm as he surges forward. And you see he looks down at... Griffle has her holy symbol somewhere on her, like on her chest or something. Where's her holy symbol?
So it's like embedded in my armor.
Okay, so sees the symbol on the armor, and you see his eyes widen slightly, and he says, "Traitor," in your head, and then strikes down.
No, leave me alone.
So +4 -2 +2 is a total of 4, and 2 to damage. 27 AC.
Hold up. So 27 AC is going to be a hit. He's gonna. So Divine Castigation provokes an op when he attacks me in addition to attacking allies. So I am totally going to mock him for this.
Sure. Oh, well, you get to hit him first. 17, unfortunately, is not going to connect.
Yeah. Rip.
He's going to take 10 more points of damage. You see some of the wounds on his body sort of split and open up. So you take... Did you already take your 22?
I have exactly 22 health. Where?
He repeats the attack.
I'm down.
Jesus.
Jesus.
So 20,
Oh wait, hang on, wait, because I had +2 to defenses, because I took total defense. So attack number 1 is actually a miss.
Oh, that's really good. Because the
That is
second
very good.
kill you.
Yeah. Yeah, because I total defensed. Okay,
So
cool.
now
All right.
now you're just downed.
Yeah.
No, he's not down
No,
because
'cause
he
he can't-
couldn't repeat the attack.
Yeah, he can
Oh,
only
okay.
repeat if he hits.
He only repeat if he hits, and he doesn't have an action point to be able to attempt it again. He doesn't have an action. He doesn't have a minor action to use anyways. So because he's
Oh,
each
thank
had to charge to
fuck.
get in position.
I'm so glad I total defensed.
Right, so he gets his 10 health back. And since he did action point, that is his turn. Griffle, you're up.
Oh my god. All right, so I'm going to take 10 damage, 1 from the aura and 1 from the okay, so healing is going to go to Drock, it looks like, is the person who needs it the most right now.
I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so take 7 healing. And then what can I do?
Beat his ass. Beat his ass.
I'm going to try Wrathful Lightning. Drock, would you like to teleport next to him?
Sure.
Rack lightning provokes, doesn't it? Are you going to provoke an OA from him?
Oh yeah, it's range 1. Yeah, range 5. Okay, no, in that case, I will not. I don't want to be provoking right now.
I mean, you could shift back and then lightning him if you want, but I'm just saying, probably would want to move before you wrathful lightning.
Okay. So how about we do this instead? So we're going to what have I got? No, I can't do that. There's no difficult terrain. Can't do that. Can't do that. Can't do that. Okay. So we are just gonna do we're gonna do a bonk for starters. 5.
Because you still have your action point, don't you?
Yes.
And if
Okay, does that hit at all?
25 hits for
Yeah, cool. So
18
21.
plus 9 is 27. 27 and 13.
7. No, hold up. So 18, 22, 20, 25.
Okay. So 25 is 12.
Yes. Okay, and then I'm going to oh, that puts me too far away from. Yeah, I'm gonna. Fuck it, we will. I'll shift back 1.
Need to not be there. That's inside of the statue. I know it's really
right.
hard. There you go.
Shift back 1. And then action point and disruptive wrathful lightning. So dump an action point out.
There you go. That makes that aura much less offensive.
And boom. Drock. Feel free to teleport next to him. 23 might miss.
23 hits.
Oh, cool. Okay. So 18, 19 damage. And Drock gets to teleport next to him. Yeah. I've done a move. I've done 2 actions. I have a minor that I can't really drop on anything.
All right.
Potion.
Yeah, that takes a lot of actions though for Griffle.
It does.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Just got our hands
Because I
full.
have
Nope.
dual wielding, so I don't have a free hand. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna. Oh no, that's a move, not a minor. Never mind. Yeah, no, I'm done.
Quick question. So you said the siphoner, he used a minor to do that movement. So can he maintain his?
So he minored to maintain the portal. He moved to shift. He charged with the other thing. He didn't have a spare minor to use the other ability.
Oh, okay.
So the minor where he sustains the ability is on turn number 2. Is on the turn he's on right now. So he has to sustain the portal now.
Okay.
He can't
Gotcha.
use one of his other abilities unless it doesn't move. And his plan is to not move. So he's minor action, sustain the portal, minor action to call out Japesh, and then standard action, he's going to Drak is not bloodied right now, so he can't designate Drak. But he's going to designate Griffle and hope that he can get to Griffle with his skirmish. So first attack has to be against Drak. Drak is not bloodied, not his target, and so he gets that. So he misses. Fails in his ability. Oh, he could have. No, he didn't, because he didn't have the action to do it. It's not what I should have done. Oh well. So, Swirling Currents as his defensive action, and then he is done. One of many, you're up.
Fuck.
He was hoping he could punch Drak, move, kill Griffle, then turn on his defenses.
Yeah, that would have been nice for him. Fucker. All right. I will move my consciousness to here. And so not floating 3 in the air anymore. I don't know, you guys. Should I try to move him away or should I try to kill him? I feel like I should try to move him.
Moving him, I don't think helps because we're gonna be hitting him from melee anyways. I think.
One thing that I will note is he is insubstantial, so he takes half damage from all things that are not force.
Yep.
And you have a force power.
I know. Okay. Yep. I'm just gonna do Force Grasp then on him. Augmented for that extra damage. All right. Oof.
So as the Force Grasp strikes forward from one of Minnie's conjuration, her projected self, one gets the answer that everyone wants to hear. Describe your kill.
Yes, 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 yes.
I will forcibly grab his little stone from him and just like shove it through his head and say, "This is for Morin, you motherfucker."
You killed my dead friend again.
Where? So you pull it from him, Force Grasp goes through him and kills him. As he falls to the ground, you see the orb. When it kind of clinks against the ground around him, you see the ritual starting to fade. The vortex of energy is rapidly failing as the water is now flooding into the room as the sort of tornado of energy is fading away. It's not dangerous because it is going to be fairly gradual, but the area is going to fill with water. And as he dies, you get this flash of something when even through your Force Grasp, when you grab hold of the orb, you get this image in your head, and then the thing kind of tink, tink, tink on the ground. Let's see. Let's see if I have prepped things correctly. In which case, this should be very easy for me to do. It is there. So I sent you a message in your channel of what you see when you have that momentary contact with the orb. And I will send a message in Prosperity that shows you what the orb itself looks like.
Do I recognize that place?
No, you do not.
Mm.
Oh, Mr. AI art over here.
I gave you the wrong image. See, I thought I got things correct, and then bad. Wait, did I just save it wrong? Hang on. I might need a moment to find this image.
Did Morin ever tell us how to resurrect him while he was alive?
You guys have raised that on the ship. So
Yeah.
that is the correct image. I will have to get it for you in just a minute.
I was gonna say, can I like? I don't know. Like, I'm still bleeding and pulsing healing. Can I like go over to him and be like, "Hey, Temple, I did a heroic thing. Give me a boon."
Give me guys just 1 second. Let me see if I can find this.
That being said, one, you killed the thing. You get your boon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you get a healing surge back, or
Go.
I will
Yeah.
take a healing surge. Brilliant.
This is going to really bother me that I cannot find this. But I will send you the correct image at some point.
Okay.
Wait.
I mean, the thing you sent me looked cool and I like it. So
Well, but it's the details are very important, and it took me a long time to make it.
yeah.
So I want.
He was up all night slaving away with his graphics tablet guys, you know.
Putting in those prompts. No.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see.
Okay, so here's the correct one. It is very close. It's a very similar picture, but I'm going to describe some details, and I wanted to make sure that you have the one that has the details I was going to describe, or it was going to be very dumb and waste the hours that I spent actually making this thing show up the way that I wanted it to. Wait, did I? There we go. That is the correct one.
Do we get
Wait,
to see
what?
it?
Nope. It is a beautiful city with a giant purple crystal, and there appears to be a city in the clouds behind it, perhaps.
And the thing that I would say that drawing special attention to is you see kind of in the background to the left of the crystal,
Hmm.
you see that building that's right behind it?
It's lit up.
Yeah. And it has that sort of kind of looks like an oil refinery, the industrial style look.
Hmm.
So you can see that is in the clouds and in several other places. So
Oh, so it's like a pocket dimension.
It might be. It might be.
I think we could use it to run our cars.
So I'm going to ask a question for Morin, and this is going to be a set aside real quick. So Morin, you are dead, and you need to have raised dead or some other sort of thing done to you, which the group does have access to. However, I know that the group also has things in here that they want to explore. For the purposes of making sure that you get to involve yourself in what's going on, what I would normally do in this situation is say, because you have access to raised dead and it is sort of right there, we can just sort of assume that you are alive for this section or have been brought back before they do investigations, do stuff in the room, which doesn't make 100% sense narratively, but also lets you able to play and continue doing stuff because you're going to be brought back to life as soon as the group goes back to the ship. Is that okay with you? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever makes the most sense.
So basically, for the narrative parts of things, you are going to be alive. But if you need to use like abilities or make skill checks or things like that, like you can investigate stuff, but you're not going to be able to have any physical impact on the world.
Okay.
All right. So that was a big, crazy combat. So let's take 5 minutes to go to the bathroom and that sort of stuff, and meet back up at 5 after.
Sounds good.
Just quickly, I had one more pulse of healing. If anyone would like 15 HP before.
Aren't you just gonna fall over dead?
No. The effect ends at the end of the encounter, and I've already taken the damage, so someone might as well benefit from the healing.
I think
I'll pick
give it
it.
to Philly. Yeah.
How much is it?
15.
15 now,
Oh.
the guys.
Actually, I want to give it to Mar. Oh no, because Marin's going to be resurrected. When you get resurrected, do you get your health, all your health back? Or?
Yes. So you get effectively resurrection sickness, but other than that, you're full health.
Okay, yeah.
But
Billy, you can take it.
an undead guy really get resurrection sickness? He's been through this.
Have you ever played WoW?
Yeah.
They get red sickness.
Yeah, but we're not undead.
They can be in WoW.
True. I've never played an undead in WoW.
Technically, no one has.
Jeline apparently
If we're being
has,
pedantic,
corrected me. I have.
Disappointed me about Undead and WoW is that they're all human. Can we not have elven undead or can we not have a gnome undead, right?
I just wanted a Tauren undead. That's all I wanted.
Yeah.
So
That'd be cool.
the story reason for that is that all of the Forsaken are dead Lordaeron residents.
No, but
I'm not
that's
saying you're
Forsaken.
wrong.
It's the Forsaken specifically. There's heaps of creatures that are undead
Yeah.
in the world.
No, I think you're totally right, and there are models for gnome skeletons. And then I guess DKs. The weird funky thing is a Forsaken Death Knight.
You're double undead.
Like a double dead.
Yeah.
Band is that?
My Chemical Romance.
That was my first guess. All right. So, the ritual is dying down. The fight is over. One has at least touched with her mind this glowing orb that's on the ground now, which does stop looking like different things like it was when the Kotoa was giving it commands, and now it just looks like an orb, although the little pedestal that it's sitting on is obviously not there. For the purposes of exploring and kind of doing stuff in the room, I want to kind of open it up. Does anyone have anything specific they want to do at the end of the fight?
Smash the egg.
Yeah, that's along the lines of what I'm thinking.
Okay.
But I don't want to smash the egg. I want to investigate the egg to determine why we can't smash it.
Go
Okay.
and investigate the things on the ground, the weird plate things.
So, it sounds like Phil's got an idea. So, Phil, you're up first. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I'll climb up here like there's and then I'd like to. Does it look like it does on the screen where it's like a see through? You can see a strange what I assume to be baby Darklight in it.
Yeah, so like a Leviathan tadpole inside the egg. Yes, that is what
Is
it
it-
looks like.
Is it glowing gold?
It's not going gold. Oh, well, sorry. It is going gold to your weapon, yes.
But not IRL.
It is glowing slightly here, but it's actually glowing the colors that's on here, sort of a pinkish white light.
Mm-hmm. And does it seem aware?
No.
Can I do like an Arcana check to see if it's magical?
You do not need to do an Arcana check to know if it is magical. There is a feel of magic radiating from this thing. Now, what's not on the map is that around the edges of the orb, there's bits and pieces of like body parts and blood and that sort of stuff that's around it. Nothing that's on the egg itself, but the area directly around it is sort of covered with splattered stuff.
Is there any indication that the egg has like an enchantment or anything on it that might prevent it from being harmed? Or is all of the stuff we experienced in the fight a natural property?
All right, so now that would be go ahead and hook me up with an Arcana check, but I will do it since it is a hidden check. Skills, no. Trained Arcana.
I'm trained, yes.
So going up this close to it, there's a bunch of energies around here that seem to be conflicting and running each other. Basically, to your magical senses, there's just a mess of magic in front of you, and it's really hard to make heads or tails of what anything is and what it does. You can tell that there's arcane and psionic and divine power in this area, and they're all sort of commingling with each other, making it very difficult to understand what does what here.
And does it look like, I mean, we know there's like an actual altar here, and we know the theme of this whole thing is that the thing being the temple, that the entire temple is sort of overtaken by this new force. Is that a similar thing I can notice here?
So it's hard to see from down below because the coral basically covers the sides. But when you're standing up on top of it and kind of looking down into the basin where the egg is, you can see that there is an altar underneath the egg. It's significantly smaller than the egg itself. It's in these squares. So you can see there is an altar down there. I did 12 squares, it should be 9. So there is an altar underneath there. But it's almost impossible to really see any details about it other than the fact that it exists because the egg is sitting on top of it and the coral's kind of grown around it.
Okay, while other people are investigating around me, can I begin sort of call back to last session, like chanting that song that I had come up with?
Sure. Sounds good to me. Griffel, what are you doing while Phil is investigating and chanting?
What are these things on the ground here?
So those look to be ritual circled markers for the vortex, and do seem to be linked to the abilities of the Kotoa who was killed. After his death, the sort of vibrant power on them faded to being something that's more dull. There's still some power here, but it does look like it's pretty rapidly fading away with the death of the Kotoa.
Okay. It looks like he drew them on the ground kind of thing.
Probably, yeah.
Right, okay. So, what about the statue that's next to it?
So the statues all around the room, they look of similar make to the frog statues throughout the temple, although these look to be much more ornate. And they're bigger, and they don't seem to have traps in them. There is a little bit of power radiating from them that you're not exactly sure what it does, but even being someone with a divine power source, you can feel it being around them, that there is something radiating off of it. But yeah, they look made of the same material as the frog statues, just bigger and more ornate. What specific thing are you looking for?
I kind of want to make maybe a dungeoneering check or something to see. I'm trying to discern their function. They're obviously not just decorative.
Okay. So I would say, because it's fairly clear this is some sort of religious thing, that religion would be the default check. I'm trying to think of how to approach that from an engineering angle, and I'm having a little bit of a hard time with it.
Oh no, I'm happy to make a religion check in place of that. I assumed it would be dungeoneering since I'm trying to figure out the purpose of an object.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So you do not need to make you do not need to make any form of check to know that these have something to do with the Leviathans and the things that are swimming in the very deep waters. Beyond that, this is not the type of stuff that you deal with. Your version of worship is so that you don't ever have to see this shit. This is not I want my god to come and give me a pat on the head. It's, if I send you sacrifices and things, will you just ignore me and I don't have to suffer the consequences? This room is where you don't want to be. I mean, I don't think that there's any reason to believe that Bedivere does not know where you guys are. He's right outside the temple.
Oh, but he's really hurt, and that's the main reason he didn't come in.
He's also way too big to fit in most parts of the temple.
But this part we're in is his size.
The part you're in now is he could technically fit in the room, but it would be very small for him.
The last room was his size.
The last room was his size.
I see.
So yeah, Drock, what are you doing in the temple or in this area?
Well, all the things I was thinking of, the egg and the things on the floor, are already being looked at, so I'll just hang out a minute.
Okay. One of many.
Yeah, I would like to pick up that stone and investigate it more closely.
So turning it over in your hands, now that it doesn't have... so two things. Phil, since you asked about the glowing yellow light, I'm going to assume that you have the effect on from your weapon. And now that the Kotoa is dead, the orb no longer has that yellowish glow, the showing like it is aberrant.
Weird.
As you handle it, kind of pull it over your hands, trying to do... I guess here's my question. So normally when you pick up a magic item, you can handle it for a couple of minutes and then determine its properties. Mm-hmm. That's sort of the built-in way that 4th edition works, the way the world works. Is that what you want to do, or are you trying to do something else?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out, I guess, the mechanics of it. It definitely seems like a nice spoil of war. But I'm also very interested in this vision that I was shown. So maybe trying to replicate that, or kind of sense where that was coming from, or what the deal is in that aspect.
So when you hold the orb and you're trying to figure out what it is, you can feel resistance to your energies, feel resistance to being identified, to understanding. What you'll be able to get from it is that it's a +3 implement. It's a +3 orb. But beyond that, you're not sure what it does. Every time you try to think about what it does or try to determine and identify the magic inside, you get to see that image of that place, but nothing else. It just sort of resists being identified.
Is that something I'm familiar with happening ever?
No.
Okay.
I would think it's reasonable that if, as a group of people, you might have discussed, what does your helm do? Do you know all of its powers? Oh, what are the other, what does the spear do? That sort of stuff, where they would say similar, there are things on it that they can tell they don't know what it does. Mm-hmm. That's what you get from this. But instead of it being maybe the spear, you don't know exactly what all of its powers are, or the Philly doesn't know exactly what all the powers are. This thing, you just get nothing from. There's some sort of block here preventing you from understanding it.
Can I try to use it like I would use my regular implement? Like, can I try to channel a spell through it and see what that does?
So you channel a spell through it, and what do you want to use?
Good question. I might. Oh, this could be so bad. Try to do a little dimensional scramble, just like off to the side.
So when you channel your energies through it, the orb does react. It does function and kind of pull your energy through it, and you get this tug from the orb, like it's kind of drawing you towards it when you cast the spell through it. The spell completes, and then you get this sensation of kind of whiplash, where the power it pulls more power through it than you were planning on giving it, and then when it hits the area, you get this sensation like it tries to draw things from the area that you struck.
Draw things like it's using the power around it to augment it.
1 second, I'm going to tell you.
What if it's an artistic orb and it's actually trying to draw?
So that's the critical effect on the orb.
Ooh,
That's fun.
that is fun.
3d6 and a PowerPoint.
3d6 and PowerPoint if you crit.
Nice. Okay, can I do one other thing?
Sure.
I want to try to reach out telepathically to the Leviathan embryo.
So when you try to reach out to it, you get like a nothingness. It doesn't feel like it doesn't have a brain. It feels like when you're trying to reach something that's too far away. So if you try to talk telepathically to someone who's just outside of your range, or like you're talking to them and they walk out of your range, that's what this feels like. It's not that it's like the orb is resisting it. When you try to speak to the Leviathan, it's like it's not in range, even though you're right next.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that I will hang on to this orb and continue to experiment with it.
Morin,
Hello.
what would you like to
Beyond
do?
the grave. So I might have missed this because I wasn't sure. I'm not sure if Griffel asked this or not, but the iconography in this room, does it match with the new stuff that was put into the temple or the old stuff?
The new stuff.
The new
You
stuff.
would not need to make a check for that.
Cool. And okay. So I feel like I'm a little limited because narratively I'm dead, but can I use the spear to like destroy one of the things in this room?
So it would take time, energy, and effort to do so. So it doesn't destroy it immediately. But you can, if you want to spend the energy and time to spend 30 minutes continually striking one of these statues with lightning bolts, it will eventually break apart. They do not seem to be magically preserved like some of the other things in the temple.
I don't think the spear is going to find that useful.
Oh, the spear enjoys it intensely. Like these are from the spear's perspective, these things are some sort of divine edifice, and you are taking it and defacing some sort of divine edifice. It thinks this is wonderful.
Does it feel that kind of same hatred towards whatever is protecting this Leviathan? Or is it drawn to destroying the object?
It doesn't seem to notice the Leviathan at all.
And even the magical barrier around it?
Hang on 1 second. Correct.
Okay.
And
we don't know the nature of this barrier.
Correct. I need to look at something. I think you gained concordance. I'm pretty sure. Yes, you gained a concordance during this fight.
Okay.
Oh, I guess you were dead, so you didn't. Because you were dead.
Okay.
So you gained one and you lost one.
Yeah. Can I use the spear to try to penetrate the barrier around the Leviathan
So
and get some kind of feedback from it?
when you try to kind of strike at the thing around the Leviathan, it sort of ricochets off like glass. It's just slick and smooth, and the spear doesn't seem to have any way of getting purchase. And it doesn't react at all to being stabbed into something. It's just you strike into it, and it sort of the spear tip hits the orb and then just slides off. Right, so it's back at the top of the order. I'm going to ask Bill if he has something that he would like to do, although it is open to anyone if anyone's come up with something they would like to try to do. Phil?
Does the egg look movable?
It does. Once the room finishes filling with water, you expect it's going to be a little easier to move. It does look like it's probably pretty heavy, but even as you guys have been manipulating and hitting it and moving and stuff, it does move relatively easily. So it is very, very big, but especially once the room fills with water, it's not really going to weigh all that much. You think maybe something like the disc, or 3 or 4 people kind of got together, they'd be able to get it out of this area. You don't know how you'd get it really very far because it's bigger than some of the rooms you guys went through, but you can at least move it, you're pretty certain.
Are these runes actually here?
Yes. There's 3 pillars with runes on them on the inside.
Do I recognize them in any way?
So there's some form of deep speech. I don't know who has what languages, because
I have
Okay.
Abyssal. I think I
One
might
second.
be the closest.
You say
I wanna
1
say-
second.
closest is probably Elven, if someone has Elven.
Nope.
But yeah, so you would recognize that those are in the Rulonic script, so they're in some form of deep speech. But if none of you guys speak it, don't know what it means.
Are they? Oh, like no idea. Like not even in terms of like this is for a protection ritual or something like that.
No idea. Yeah, I mean, you don't have the script or the language, so you need some part of something to get an idea.
Can I do an Arcana check on each of those instead of focusing on the egg?
Sure.
As a ritual caster,
You need to be able to read the ritual to understand it. So basically what you're going to get is the runes are not currently empowered. There's nothing going on with the runes right now. They look like they're designed to be used as focus. So they're not currently active, which makes it pretty much impossible to tell what they do if you can't sense the energy and can't read the language. But you do know that they are designed to do something, but they're just not on. They're not active. Griffle.
I
Foxy.
don't really have any ideas. Hello?
Okay, I heard you.
Okay. I don't really have any ideas of what I want to do. If somebody wants like help with anything, I'm happy to like assist, but I don't have any. I'm at a bit of a loss.
I want to look around, guys. There only one way out? Like the way we came in is the only way out? Or does there look like if the water fills up, we could swim straight up or something?
So there is a small hole in the ceiling of the room that you look like you'd be able to swim out of. It's small enough that, or big enough that you guys would be able to get out of it. Small enough that the god egg would not fit through the hole in the ceiling.
And can we tell where that hole in the ceiling goes, or not really yet?
You guys have seen it. So basically, the hole in the ceiling will meet up with the hallway ahead of, like, the shaft that you guys went through previously, and that leads up to where the sharks. So see if I can do freehand. Terrible drawings, obviously. But so this is the room you guys are in. At the top of the room, there's a little shaft that goes off that you know is going to meet with that bigger shaft from before. This is the hallway you guys walked in on where the stairs are. And then there's this main shaft leading up. And the main shaft leading up, it does connect back with this vortex. And then all this water is getting pulled up and out this kind of cone-shaped thing at the top where all the sharks are. And then there was a pathway to the side that was here that took you back into the rest of the temple. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so the shark's like on the outside, but we still have to then navigate outside to get back to the ship, right?
Yeah, so if you went here and then up straight up top, like, you'd be able to get out of the temple entirely, but there's a huge area of sharks here. So you'd have to kind of get through the sharks, or you could go back through the temple proper. Or, like, since you guys can see from the bottom of this shaft, you can see up to the surface. Griffle has command of the ship. Griffle can command the ship to just go right here.
Okay, because I'm trying to think we gotta get Morin out, carry him, avoid the sharks, yada yada yada, right? So, okay, I think that's all the questions I have right now.
Could we
Is that something that Griffle wants to do now that it's been brought up?
Yes.
could we
The ship
use
can slowly move this way.
Superstition Zen to blast a hole to this room?
Probably. What would you want it to do? What would be the purpose of getting into this room?
Either giving Bedvere access or excavating a way to get this egg out of here, or just destroy it.
So the area is big enough that, again, I'm in this little shitty map of mine. If you took the egg this way and then up, it would be able to get out of the room.
Oh, I thought it was too big for this doorway.
Then we wouldn't be able to blast a hole in the room.
Big enough for the doorway, it's not big enough for the ceiling. So the hole in the ceiling.
Oh, okay.
And the point I was making, that there's some areas of the temple that are not big enough for the egg. Like, a lot of the rooms that you guys were in previously were too, or the hallways and stuff were too small for the egg. So the egg probably got in here from this shaft.
Okay.
One, back to you.
Okay. Are we able to remove the coral around the egg?
Possibly. It'd be very difficult. This looks like it's
Okay.
been growing for quite some time, so a lot of work would have to go into taking the coral off.
Okay. I guess I would like to try and enlist the help of my stronger comrades. Try lifting the egg.
Sure, I'll assist.
So, Griffle, you game with going and lifting the egg as well?
Yes.
So once the
I mean, I'm a little hesitant, but whatever.
once the room fills with water, the egg is slightly buoyant, so it's very lightweight while it's underwater. You still do have to put some energy into getting it moved, but it doesn't take anywhere near the amount of energy it would take if it was in air. And so with 3 people working together, you can lift the egg, and when it lifts up off, you can get it out of the sort of the bowl created by the coral in the center. Once you do, you can see that there is another altar underneath, and it is this large square altar. You can see that several parts of the altar, one, it has that same sort of marble look to it that is perfectly pristine, except there are two marks on it that look like they've been burned heavily into the altar, but again, show no signs of like wear or tear. They look damaged, but you don't really see anything other than what looks almost like superficial damage to the altar. In the center of the altar, however, once you get the egg off, you see a basin, and the basin is filled with water, which at first is kind of weird to see because you're underwater and you can see that there is something different about what's in the basin. You're pretty certain, you're not sure why you know this, but the area that you're in right now is all salt water, but looking at the water in the basin, you know intrinsically that the water in the basin is fresh.
But like, why?
Wasn't it
That's
in our vision that we knew that? Isn't
Oh, I
that
don't
mentioned in our vision?
Mm. Does the Leviathan appear to react to being moved?
It does not. So far, it's not reacted to anything you guys have done.
Yeah. So, can we physically damage the egg? I know we tried to throw spells at it.
So same thing with
I stabbed it with the spear.
Oh, you did stab it. Sorry, I missed that.
yeah, and even when you're moving it around, it has this weird feel. So for those of you guys that have used sort of rituals and stuff before, one, when you get the sort of feeling of force when you touch the Tensor's floating disc, that's what the egg feels like. It feels like it's a Tensor's floating disc. So
So
it
it's like
feels
a
more like a
conjuration.
more it feels like a force field than it feels like a surface that you're touching.
I see.
So what do you
Philly
guys want to
hasn't.
do?
Philly hasn't tried to interact with the egg with Baneslayer, right?
No.
I feel like you should try stabbing it.
Philly, do you have something you would like to do?
I'm reading the vision real quick.
Okay.
In the center of the room lay an altar, 6 branching, overlapping spears pointed outward, with a depression in the center that fills with fresh water,
Mm-hmm.
even when seawater is allowed to cover it entirely.
So basically, looking at it, you don't know by glancing at it that it's fresh water, but you know from the vision that it is going to be fresh water.
What if I drink the water? Can I drink water when I'm underwater? I guess that makes sense.
All right, Dumbledore.
Do you want to drink the water in the basin?
Yeah.
So how are you getting the water out of the basin? Are you just like cupping in your hand or?
No, I am sticking my head into the water.
Okay. I'm going to pull Filibuster in another room real quick.
Oh, good.
Nothing bad can come of this.
Mm-mm.
Just drank Leviathan water.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna have to kill him.
Can we sacrifice him to Resmorin?
Is there any way that we don't kill Filibuster?
Oh, that's a good point. How much of Morin do we have to bring back to resurrect him? Just the head?
All of it.
No, we're bringing all of Morin back.
Why are we only bringing the head of the other guy? I forget why just the head.
It's too hard to carry him or something.
We just didn't. Yeah, we didn't need all of him. We only needed the head.
He wanted us to take the head so that they couldn't like check his mind or whatever if they found
Yeah.
it.
Oh yeah, because you do like you could do like speak with dead or something as long as you've got the
Right.
head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. But we didn't need the rest of him.
But we're gonna resurrect him with just his head?
Yeah.
It'd be like Nixon in a jar.
Right, so why do we need the rest of Morin?
We don't. We
So we could just go back to the ship with 2 heads and really freak our crew out?
Mhm. I hope they haven't found our body room yet.
Oh my god, we
Put me
need
in
to
there.
take the trash out. We keep forgetting.
I thought we put the 2 kids on that.
It's bin day every week and we keep forgetting.
Ooh.
I mean, we've been a little busy.
Mhm.
What's wrong with? I think probably during our next downtime, that's going to be like Griffel's thing. But I need to like ban the crew from topside while I do it. 'Cause dragging dead bodies out
Where are you gonna drop them? Just like over wherever we are?
over the side. The sharks can eat him. It's fine.
I feel we should at least yeet them into a sun or something.
Oh yeah, we could do that.
If only there was somebody on the ship that knew Genasi burial rituals.
Yeah, but that guy's dead, so whatever.
Mhm.
I
What's his name again?
personally have experienced the death rituals twice.
I'm already forgetting. Who was that guy again? Do you know that guy that used to hang around with us?
Joe. I think his name was Joe.
What?
I'm being cyberbullied.
Oh, okay.
All right, so yeah, he puts his head into the thing, pulls his head back out.
Mhm.
I feel fresh. Yeah. Let's try to stab the egg now. I'll explain that. I just have questions for Bedveer in a little bit. Kind of. It'll make more sense then, I think. Cool.
So are we bringing this egg with us or killing it?
We should kill it. I don't think this is the.
We adopt a baby Leviathan, guys. Oh my god, it's so cute.
I mean, we had one, and everybody was mad that I wanted to keep it alive.
What, in that last room?
No,
he's
the baby
talking
beholder.
about
The
Meatball.
Watcher.
Oh, the meatball. That's a different thing.
Okay, I will attempt to penetrate the egg with my Baneslayer weapon.
As awkwardly phrased as possible, but the same thing you can tell is it doesn't seem to have any way to get purchase. Like, it just slides off of this sort of strange convex curved surface.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Hmm.
The entire is it odd? This is gonna sound so odd. Ovular? Is it the whole thing round? Like there's no way on any angle to.
Yeah, that seems to be the problem you're running into. Is the whole thing it looks to be, if not a perfect sphere, pretty close to it. It's very slightly oblong, but nowhere in it does there seem to be anything that you can actually get purchase on. You can do something kind of flat, like again, taking your hand against it, pushing. It doesn't even feel like you're really touching it, but you're getting kind of putting energy into it, and then it moves a little bit.
What if Griffle cups her hands and I stab between them? Never mind.
My hands.
But you have to try not to cut Griffle's hands. Is the only way that
That
happens
was
here.
mostly a joke.
What if we cut it with your sharp little face?
Does anybody have a blunt object?
I was just thinking use Morin as a blunt object.
Oh my god.
I mean,
What?
he won't feel it.
Wait,
Listen,
so
Drock's whole plan for this entire dungeon has been use the corpse.
Yeah, pretty much.
what about the Griffle little? Oh, do we still have that bucket of things?
Oh yeah,
We
the
do.
pearls. Well, that'll make it happy, right?
Yeah. What about the orb the guy was using? The weapon he had, the implement.
Try to what?
Well, it had the
Put it
ability to
next
like
to it.
pass through people and stuff, right? What if you use that and
that's
like
true.
put it against the egg?
Okay. Can I try that? Can I try to command it to go through the egg?
So you take it, you go pull it next to the egg. You get the impression that, I mean, you saw him use this. He had
Yeah.
like command words that he was speaking when he was getting it to do specific things.
Mm-hmm.
You're not sure what the command word is to do the thing you want it to do.
Mm-hmm.
So do you want to just kind of repeat the motion and try to send the orb into it?
I mean, I saw him do the command word several times. Would I remember it? Or
Here's
would
the-
I? Yeah.
Do you as the player remember the command words?
Well, was it a language I would have recognized as a character?
He was speaking deep speech.
And I speak Abyssal,
Yeah, which is not close.
but it's like the same language or
No.
like alphabet sounds,
No.
phonemes.
They're different.
Totally different.
Yeah, they're different languages.
Keep saying language words.
So,
Diphthong.
so Abyssal is used as Barhazad, which is the same as Primordial. So it's the same script as Primordial. Primordial and
Oh.
Abyssal are pretty closely linked.
Okay.
Deep Speech uses Relanic. Relanic is the same thing as Elven. So Elven and Deep Speech are pretty closely linked.
Okay.
AKA no.
Yeah.
So
All right. I'll try to wing it. I'll try to the best of my ability, mimic the gestures and sounds that he made.
all right. So I mean that by default sounds like a bluff check to me. If you want to justify something else, by all means.
So rude. Okay.
I mean, you're trying to fake it until you make it. So
Yeah. All right.
Can others assist with bluff checks?
no, not really. I mean, in general, yes, but not for this one specifically.
We could all say, "Hey, do you remember that stuff he was saying?" Oof.
So you try to spin the orb around, try to command it to go through, and it touches against the whatever that shield is around the egg, and you can see the orb deform slightly and then kind of pull back away, and like it kind of looks like it hits something and puts a huge dent in the orb, and then the orb spreads out slightly, and then once it falls away, it goes back to being a sphere. And you get these little sort of twinges of psionic energy that sort of escape from the orb as it tries to touch the egg.
Mm,
It reacted, just didn't really seem to do all that much.
okay. So, I guess all right. We've thrown weapons at it. We've thrown spells at it. It feels like this thing.
Have we
It made the
thrown a
most.
divine spell at it, like that does radiant damage?
Yes. I did
Okay.
during the fight.
Cool.
But it feels like this little this orb had the most impact so far, right?
Yes. Or it didn't seem to have much of an impact on the egg, but the orb reacted to touching against the egg.
Oh. The orb was impacted, the egg was not impacted.
Correct. So like
Ah.
the orb deformed like it was made of some sort of putty when you hit it against it, and then it reformed into a sphere once it was no longer touching the egg.
Oh, okay. Man, do I have like any context for what could be going on here? Arcanically.
Also,
No.
what if Sorry, go ahead, Gary.
Not really. I will say that from the stuff that you guys can do, doing, each of your characters are pretty good in the fields that they're good at, right? Like you guys are getting to the point of being like mortal world experts in some of these things. Your characters would know enough to know that there's some sort of magic here that's at play, or some sort of effect that's here at play that is not something you guys have any experience with. And you need to have some sort of more information. You can just try to guess and check basically and see if there is a piece that will sort of trigger that more information. But as it stands, there's not when my character knows something about this. It's you if your character would know any more than you guys would, I would let you guys know about it. And you're kind of at a dead end from what you know. You can try to experiment with it and learn things, obviously. But from what you know, baseline, there's nothing more that you guys can figure out about the orb. Oh, sorry, or the egg.
I was thinking if the egg had a reaction to the orb, even a little one, what if we hit it while that reaction was happening?
Again, as making it clear, the egg did not react, the orb did.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
And I will say that, you guys saw the vision, right? Like the Kuo-toa, he devoted a good chunk of his life into trying to do something to get the egg to interact. So this is not a problem that was easily solved or known by the Kuo-toa either.
Does the Leviathan inside of the egg seem the same as it did in our vision?
It does.
Is it like bigger or smaller? Okay.
Do we know how long it's been here for?
It's not something he would have thought about in the vision, so you're not sure.
Okay.
So what does the party want to do? Does anyone else have any plans of some sort of experimental thing they want to do, either with the room or the altar or the egg? And then if not, what's the plan moving forward?
I think if we actually want to destroy the egg, the one thing I'm thinking that would work is get up the shaft, and use the ship to like throw it into a sun.
I think we're gonna need to bring it with us because I don't think we can do anything with it here, and I don't think we should leave it.
I agree.
What did we come here for?
This
What is all of this? Yeah, we came for the egg.
Kuo-toa, like, we came to stop them desecrating the temple, basically.
and to figure out our vision.
And yet we have learned.
Oh, hang on. So usually when we alter the course of a vision, we get another vision.
Mm-hmm.
And the rods go cold.
Yeah. That hasn't happened.
Well, it's because you haven't killed the egg yet.
But we did stop the ritual, sort of.
Not necessarily. Because remember, the fish boy was like, they'll just come back.
Hang on. The DM might be delaying that for just a moment, given we're almost at the end of session.
Well, I guess I think we should take this egg and get out of the temple and meet up with Bedbeer and get on the ship and try to figure out what's going on.
The crew's gonna be like, "Oh look, they came back with somebody else."
Some other terrifying thing.
So is that the plan for the group? Is take the egg with? We'll figure out what's going on once we get to the other side.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not going to take a lot of thought, I guess to say. It's not going to be like, oh, we have to figure out how to do this with the egg. It's just time consuming to get it to go and roll and kind of half float out of the room and then up the shaft. By the time you guys get the orb or the egg to the shaft, to the bottom of the main part leading up, the ship will have made it to be hovering over, and the sharks very rapidly disperse. You can see that the crew you've left behind are using the weapons platforms not to fire on them, but just moving them near the sharks is enough to spook them to go away. And so you can take the egg up the shaft to go towards the surface. As you guys are working together to get the egg up the shaft, you can see the form of Bedvere, who's looking down the shaft towards you all, seeing you all coming carrying something with this strange sort of quizzical look in his face, like he's does not know what the hell you guys have or what you're doing. And as you guys are kind of pushing it up, once you get past the little shaft that comes from the main room, the water pressure kind of changes. It gets much easier to move, and the buoyancy of the egg kind of takes over as it starts to move up further. And each of you feels in turn as your rods go cold, a pulsing sensation from one of you to the other, similar to what you felt before when one of the visions triggers, but this one's different. As it goes through, it's not just one person's rod that is triggering, it's everyone. And it seems to be going almost in a circle, from Drock to Griffle, Griffle to Phil, Phil to somebody, then somebody to one. One, when the pulse goes through you, when it passes, there's a tug, a pull. It's like something is delaying it going through you. And then it goes again, another circuit, faster this time. And the pull is stronger. The tug is more, the tug is stronger as well. Almost like something is catching this thing, linking you together, but also pulling you forward into a vision. And as the vision strikes again, everyone gets the same thing. But one, you feel like it's coming from you to the others.
Ooh, a video.
So in the effort to make it a little bit easier for people...
Oh, this is from the other...
in the effort to make it to where the things are a little more accessible, the goal is to try to do for these visions is to do a recording of me reading the vision with any kind of artwork that I've done to try to make things, look nicer and kind of give a better idea of what's going on. Each video will have in the description of the video a link to the text, so you guys can read it as well. You'll also be able to read it as I'm reading it along on screen. So there should be multiple ways of being able to see it and make it a little bit easier to consume.
Very cool.
Awesome.
So the other thing is that this vision is a decently long one. So it is up there for you guys to do. And that's going to be where we're going to end session today, is getting this vision as you guys float up the shaft towards the surface. If people want to stay around and ask me questions and stuff about the vision and stuff like that, you can do so. I'm going to go and get a little bit of water, but session is over if you want to stop the recording, Drock, and otherwise we'll see you next time. What's our next session? What's our next game?
I don't think we planned one. So that is a good question.
So next week, I think Josh can't make it.
Yeah.
That's correct.